We'll call the Election Commission meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commission Member Germaini,
Here.
Lamore,
I'm excused if we're still out of town.
Felder, Whitman,
Here.
Here. Vining, Mayor Clark.
Present.
I put the packet by your desk, by your seat there. The next order of business is approval of the minutes from the Election Commission meeting on October 3rd and on November 1st.
Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Stilgray, supported by Commissioner Germaini to approve the minutes as presented. I'm trying to remember. I'll just say clerk, call the roll.
Commissioner Germaini,
Yes.
Whitman,
Yes.
Stilgrave,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
All right. The next item is under commission action. There is an attachment. It is the delegation of duties to the clerk treasurer. So basically, I'm able to carry out the election.
As I recall, these are very similar to what we've done in the past on our.
It's exactly, yes, it's exactly the same, just change the dates, and the motion is there on the page if you'd like.
Okay, I'll see if there's any questions from the commissioners. If not, there's a request for a motion to approve as it states.
I'll make that motion.
Motion by Commissioner Stilgray, supported by Commissioner Germaini to approve the resolution delegating election duties to the clerk treasurer. Two.
Commissioner Germaini,
Yes.
Whitman,
Yes.
Stilgrave,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
And we are doing a roll call with each of these tonight, given just because it's the elections, and we want to make sure that there's no question.
I was trying to remember that. Thank you.
The next item is the absentee voter counting board. We want to establish the report time and location, so whoever makes the motion, if you could read the motion that is on the paper, that would be helpful.
Okay. Councilwoman Germaini, the motion is?
Motion is absent voter counting board, establish report time and location. Motion to approve AV counting board, report no earlier than 9:30 a.m. Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023, to the council chambers at City Hall.
A motion by Commissioner Germaini, supported by Commissioner Stilgrave regarding the absentee voter counting board.
Commissioner Germaini,
Yes.
Stilgrave,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
All right, the next item is the election inspector's appointment. It's for the precincts, the AV counting boards, there's two of them, and the receiving board. And there is a list in your packet, and just briefly to just review, you'll see that there are Republicans and Democrats at each of the precincts and on the AV counting boards, and we have a chair and a co-chair. One will be an R and one will be a D, so we have the balance required by the law. So I just need a motion to approve that list.
Any questions? If not, a motion, please, as stated.
I'll make that motion.
It's a motion by Commissioner Stilgray, supported by Commissioner Germaini to approve the election inspector assignment list and as provided by the clerk treasurer. Lavoy.
Commissioner Germaini?
Yes.
Whitman? Stilgrave?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
All right. The next motion involves the public accuracy test. That we typically hold that on the Tuesday immediately preceding the election, so 1 week before. So that means it would fall on Tuesday, April 25th. It should be no more than a half hour at the latest. It's a very easy ballot to go through because there's just the proposals. So we need 4 members to have a quorum because it's an open meeting. So I'll just need to have 4 people volunteer to attend and consensus on the time.
So this is April 21st. I am available and I'll
It's the
be
20.
there.
Is it the 25th?
25th.
25th.
Tuesday, April 25th, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. What time would you like to hold it?
I know,
7:30.
I think we did 7:30
Yeah, we did
last time because it
7:30
really is an
before,
early
yes.
time and you could get to the business.
I'm fine with that. That works. So 7:30, and we have Germaini, Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
guess they're
Stilgrave and Whitman.
Very good.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. So I just need a motion that we'll have the public accuracy test on Tuesday, April 25th at 7:30 a.m. with Jermaine, Clark, Stilgrave, and Whitman.
I'll make the motion. Motion to hold the public accuracy test for May 2nd, 2023, election on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 7:30 a.m. at City Hall, with the test to be conducted by the following election commissioners: Michelle Germaini, Deb Steelgrave, Mayor Robert Clark, and Paula Whitman.
Support.
Motion by Commissioner Germain, supported by Commissioner Stilgrave regarding the public accuracy tests, dates, times, and members. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Germaini?
Yes.
Whitman? Stilgrave?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
The final resolution that we need your approval on is to delegate the authority to appoint election inspectors for in-person precincts, AV Counting Board, and Receiving Board. So the idea would be to go with the list that is attached, but since COVID, we've had, as I've explained before, numerous changes just prior to an election. So if you could please pass that resolution, that'll allow me to make additional appointments if necessary.
Okay. Okay. There's a motion by Commissioner Stilgrave and supported by Commissioner Germaini regarding the resolution delegating authority to the clerk treasurer to make appointments of election inspectors for the May 2nd, 2023 election. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Germaini?
Yes.
Whitman? Yes. Stilgrave?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
All right, that concludes the business that we needed to conduct. I have no comments this evening.
Very well. Any commissioner comments? Seeing none. Any citizens' comments? Any of those present here this evening regarding the election commission meeting agenda or comments? Any of those present here this evening? Seeing none. Motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn and a support. Clerk, roll call, please.
Commissioner Germaini?
Yes.
Whitman? Yes. Stilgrave?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
All right, we're
We're
adjourned.
adjourned. Thank you. Move this items aside here. Give me a second. Yeah, but that'll be at the meeting, not the work session.
Right.
Yeah, they'll talk about it. That's correct.
I'm ready.
Ready? Okay. I am ready now as well. So at this time, we'll call the city council work session meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaini?
Here.
Lamore?
Excused?
Felder? Whitman?
Here.
Stilgrave?
Here.
Vining? Mayor Clark?
Present. So we have our work session agenda here, and I see there's items that are listed and maybe additional conversations, but Mr. Pastu, if you would, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The item we first have is the fiscal year 23-24 budget presentation. Certainly would like to thank all of the staff and certainly Mr. Self for their cooperation in developing the proposed budget. One of the things, as we've done the last several years, is put together, particularly for the general fund, not the other operating funds, but the general fund, a 5-year forecast, which we think is critical, in light of some of the challenges that we initially had with the tax tribunal with DTE, but also looking to an eye to the future with the plant decommissioning in 2028. We don't hit the end of it, but clearly we're aware of it. It's out there. The budget, as we have in the past, it's built a lot around the goals and objectives established by the city council, and some of them are just efforts to finish up what was initially started. But also it includes elements of the public safety Fitch study, again, which is part of the goals and objectives. In particular, there's a couple of things that we will talk about that are implemented in there. One is adopting a 5-year organizational chart that basically brings that in alignment with the study as it was presented back in late 2021. But also some operational changes related to minimum staffing during the early morning hours. The budget recognizes the current labor market that we're in, and so assumptions were made related to addressing some of those issues without going into any specifics, but to know that those some funding was addressed in with that. The number of capital projects that we've had are phenomenal, and we've been moving a lot of money, as I've mentioned, driving Mr. Stull crazy, but I think we've got everything reconciled now to go forward with the resources that are needed to make sure those that we've initiated are going to be completed. And so what we'll do, as we have in the past, Mr. Sell will go through the budget presentation related mostly to all of the funds except for the utilities, and then Mr. Barry Leroy will go through his presentation as well. So with that as a background, Mr. Sell, if you would take it from there.
Good evening, everyone. I think what I'm going to do first, before we go through the PowerPoint, is I just want to go through the budget ordinance that was in your packet. So, and let's see. Thought I had this on the right page, but I guess I don't. So in your packet, you were given a number of items, but included in it was the budget ordinance. You're being asked tonight and at the regular meeting to do the first reading and set it up for the public hearing at the second meeting in April. And I just wanted to, it's mostly the same type of ordinance as you've seen with last year's budget, but I mentioned a couple things that are added to that you would be taking action on. So let me get rid of that side there. So you can see that, section 1 is just the general fund expenditures. That's pretty much the same as before. One thing that's a little different is with the state chart of accounts, we're required to really account for the clerk and the treasurer functions separately. So you can see on that first section under general government, it lists clerk and treasurer, whereas in the past it would have said just clerk treasurer. So we basically have split the personnel costs 50-50 and then are allocating the operating costs, taking a good shot at them at this point. But that's probably the main difference in that first section there. So you can see general fund, well, I'll get to that later. Let's just go through the details here. The section 2 is the general fund revenues. Section 3 we'll refer to a little later, but that's all the other funds other than the general fund that you would be adopting budgets for. A couple of them are zero, so I'll refer to that later. Basically, if you have any questions about any other funds, that's the list of them. Section 6 is in that section we just looked at. If it's an enterprise fund or an internal service fund, that's their operating budgets, and these are their capital budgets that you would be adopting here. These basically go with what was in the CIP. The next 6 or so sections all relate to property tax millages that you're asking to be adopted. But if we get down to section 15, that's where the new information comes in. So Vince mentioned that the minimum staffing standards for police and fire were in here, and that's where you'll find those. I'm not going to read them to you, but you can see in your packet that they're there. Section 16 is related to the organizational charts for public safety that Vince mentioned. Those are in Exhibit 2. You've seen them before in your previous work sessions, so they're the same as you've seen before, but they're in here to actually be adopted as the staffing plan going forward. And then Section 17 refers to Exhibit 3, which is actually the wage and salary schedule for full-time non-union employees, primarily department heads, but a couple non-department heads as well. So those are some things that weren't in there in the past. The rest of the sections are pretty much standard. Section 20 does authorize a transfer from it calls it general fund committed fund balance, but really what that is the cemetery perpetual care fund that we have set aside, and that's being transferred for capital projects and one operating purchase that we'll get to in the rest of the packet. So so that's just a quick review of what's in the ordinance. There were a number of general fund reports that went along with that. There is a letter in here from Vince, basically a budget transmittal letter that has a lot of information that maybe even more than we'll go over tonight, but it's a pretty lengthy letter, but it's a lot of good information in there. And then from there, there's just reports on the general fund. So I'll leave it at that for now. We'll go into the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, so kind of done number 1 and 2, and I'm going to get into number 3, which is the financial overview and highlights, and the other next 3 sections. And Barry will do an explanation of the water and wastewater budgets, and we'll hopefully have time at the end for questions and comments. And see, we missed updating the title on that. That should say fiscal year 2023-24 budget presentation. So as far as overview and highlights, property taxes are our largest revenue source, and the CPI that the state of Michigan tracks to determine how much taxable values are going up each year actually increased 7.9% this year, and which is great for taxable property values, but we're capped at 5% in terms of what that can go up by, those taxable values can go up by. So even though the CPI was 7.9, most taxable values are only going up 5%. If there was a sale of a property during the year, they could be uncapped and go higher than that, but for the most part, they're only at 5%. So when we do our budget, we're lucky enough to be able to get what the final board of review approved taxable values are for the next fiscal year. So that's what we're budgeted at for next year. But in 2025 fiscal year and beyond, we have to do a projection. So in seeing where CPI is currently, 2024 is projected at 4%. I would not be surprised at all to see it be 5%. But then conservatively, the years after that are just at 2% increases after that. Property tax is budgeted based on those percentages. It also includes the DTE settlements that is currently out there. That ends at the end of the 2025-26 fiscal year. So we'll have a reduction this fiscal year, and we'll have a reduction next fiscal year, but then it's flat for the last year of the settlement. And then we just left that taxable value flat through the rest of the budget projection as well. The fund balances for the primary funds are all adequate. They're in good shape. Pension and retiree health care, especially retiree health care. Retiree health care is overfunded. Pension's over 90% funded at this point. So those are in good shape. Because of the overall increase in interest rates in the market, our investment income has come back, whereas, you know, over the previous years, we were hoping to maybe get $50,000 in investment income in the general fund. Now we're budgeting over $400,000 in the general fund. And if rates go higher, those will keep going higher as well. We're also seeing a little increase in revenue sharing. We were started out last year's budget at $2.4 million. For this year, that's up to a little over $2.5 million. And for next year, based on the current governor's budget, it's about $2.63 million. So we've seen a little increase there. And also because of some of the changes that we did with pension in terms of implementing the defined contribution plan and some employees electing to move out of that plan, we were able to reduce our pension, the employer's pension contribution that we have budgeted this year. In total, the general fund's contribution went down by about $400,000. Some future concerns that we need to keep an eye on. You know, we balanced this budget last year, so over the 5 years it was balanced. Now the challenge is with all the other things that we're facing in terms of the DTE reductions and inflation. The challenge is basically to keep it balanced from here going forward. So we'll have to watch those things. You know, with the labor costs, inflationary costs, especially like our vehicle costs are increasing in terms of fuel and just the lease prices that we're paying. Those are things we'll have to watch out for, because even though our property tax values are starting to increase, they're not increasing as fast as the expenditures are increasing in a lot of cases. So if you have revenue only going up this much and expenditures going up this much, eventually that's going to become a problem. A future concern is always, when we looked at, even just this year, when we looked at the capital improvement program, there's always capital projects that are requested that we're not able to fund. So adequately funding capital projects in the future is a concern too. Okay, so personnel in the budget, we are recommending 183.02 full-time equivalent employees. That's an increase of 3.2 from last year. And then that little white table in the corner there, that shows the changes that make up that 3.2. A lot of them, I should say some of them are connected, whereas we eliminated one position and used that funding to implement another position, but some of them are just increases. So the top two were actually positions that were part-time positions last year in the budget, but became full-time positions this year. The public safety positions are there to implement the plan that's been presented to you in the past and is in the ordinance to be adopted. The communications specialist was kind of funded from eliminating that special events programmer position, and part of the funding from the Parks and Recreation Director position that was funded. The property maintenance and the zoning inspector, that's actually an increase from a part-time to a full-time position. And that funding kind of comes from, it's kind of three things going on there. About them. We are making a plumbing and mechanical inspector full-time, but the funding for that and the property maintenance and zoning inspector are coming from a building zoning inspector position that was budgeted. So those are kind of related. And then those next two positions, parks maintenance worker and neighborhood improvement specialist, those are swaps, taking one instead of the other. I believe that was presented at a previous work session as well. Wastewater and water positions, those are increases from part-time to full-time positions. So those are the changes in the staffing from what was recommended with last year's budget to what is now being recommended in this year's budget. As Vince mentioned, there are funds budgeted to deal with the changing labor market. The non-union wages are in the budget ordinance. And one change that is in the budget this year is a plan to charge some administrative costs from the Human Resources Department to the pension and retiree healthcare trust funds. So there's $25,000 budgeted to be charged back to those funds related to administrative personnel costs in the HR department primarily. That will be easy to implement in the retiree healthcare trust fund because that's basically the city manager can make that call. It will take the pension board's approval to do that with the pension trust fund. Okay, this is a very summarized slide on general fund revenues. In the packet of materials that you were given with this meeting, there's a report called General Fund Revenue Detail. So if you want to see every line item that makes up these categories, you can go to that report and find it. These are the kind of like from a summarized financial statement view of what the budget is. I highlighted a few items to look at there, but generally the way this report works is going across the top is the 2023 amended budget is where the budget is today. The 2022-23 projected budget is what you're being asked to amend the budget to when you adopt the budget ordinance. And the 23-24 requested budget is what you're being requested to adopt for next fiscal year. And then the last four columns are the projections. So you can see the amended budget for this year is $21.645 million, requesting it to be amended to about $22 million, $22,011,877. And then you see the amounts, totals going forward from there. You can see in the property tax line where I've highlighted those that we just see very small increases there for the most part. That's because while we are seeing some increases in taxable values in some areas, we're still seeing reductions from the DTE settlement. So while we get some increase, that kind of washes it out. In general, the total taxable value for next year is only increasing by 0.25%, even though for example, the residential portion of ad valorem property taxes is going up over 7%. So they just kind of all balance together to get there. The state shared revenue and grants is not just state revenue sharing. The money we get for personal property tax reimbursements is in there. In the past, we've tried to start out budgets with just budgeting our 100% reimbursement, but since that program went into place, we've always got an extra amount. We've typically tried not to budget for that, but in the 22-23 and 23-24 fiscal year, we do have that extra amount budgeted for capital projects. Not all of it in 23-24, but I'd say 70 to 80% of it. So that's what's in there. Also is the revenue from the DNR trust fund grant that we receive. Investment income, you can see that, like I said, those amounts are projected to increase up to over 400,000 over the next few years. I think eventually interest rates will come down, but I'm not sure when at this point. So the last couple of years, it's only at $200,000. So that's in general our very summarized look at general fund revenues. And this slide looks at that slide now and says, okay, what are the main categories that make up general fund revenue? And you can see the top line there. Obviously, we know that property taxes is our main revenue source, and that it makes up almost 65% of the revenue for the general fund. So it's hard to find new revenue sources when that's the biggest portion. And it's also when you're seeing reductions in taxable value, that's also more difficult to deal with because it is such a big source. But personal property tax reimbursement was just what I was just talking about. State revenue sharing normally is the second largest category. That's 11 to 12%. But in total, those two columns, if you look at all those items in those columns, they make up 96.5% of our total general fund revenue. So there's not much left after those. This slide just shows what we're recommending for millage rates for next year. So 4 out of the 6 are exactly the same. The general operating, the fire station, the bridge, and the roads, walks, trails millage are all the same, and they're at their maximum amount allowable. The economic development is going down by a very small amount. We're basically capped at that millage generating $50,000 a year, so we set that so it will generate that amount. And then the refuse millage is actually going down by 0.0324 mils. I've got a slide later that'll show kind of what it's projected at in future years, but the budget in total isn't going up much, and you're going to talk a little bit later tonight, I think, about some billings for rental units that cause that to be able to go down this year. So that's that. But then down at the bottom, there's a note as well. The LETC millage is decreasing to 0.6254 mils from 0.8909 mils. So that's a pretty good reduction. Just looking at their budget, there was quite a bit more federal money there that was able to look like it replaced some of that millage money.
If I could just, the mayor and I've had some discussion about that millage rate and some services, and so we can bring it back up for discussion, maybe on a back end there, but there is, a topic or an aspect of it I think him and I've chatted about, and, we probably should present it to council for Ellie, Lake Erie Transit for some feedback as well, so.
Later too, or?
You want to do it now? I don't want to what I don't want to do is get into a long, that could take a while to discuss. All right. Yep.
Just so you know, our process with that is after the assessor's office finalizes the taxable value with the board of review, we ask LATC to send us what revenue that millage needs to generate based on that taxable value that was created, we then calculate the millage rate. So I'm not sure that I've seen usually Mark signs a form that says, yeah, that's what we want, but I'm not sure that I've seen that come back yet. But that's generally the process. Okay, general fund expenditures. Again, a very summarized view here. One thing that's kind of difficult with this one is that the way the ARPA funds have kind of moved things around in our budget, so it's hard to get a comparison from year to year in some cases, and that's what I've highlighted for the most part in those first two columns. This report works the same way as the one did on revenue, so the columns mean the same thing, the totals mean the same thing, but if you look at public safety, it looks like we're going up from $5 million to $9.4 million next year. The reason that is if you remember with our ARPA funds, we charged basically all of the regular and overtime wages this year for police and fire to the ARPA funds. So instead of charging them to this budget, they got charged to the ARPA fund budget. So that reduced that amount by that amount. And next year, we still have about $345,000 to go to charge out that way. So the amount next year is a little bit lower even yet. So that should wash out by then, and then things will get more comparable. Public Works is the same story. Included in that Public Works category is our appropriation to the Port of Monroe. So if you remember earlier in the year, we took some of that money that was reclassified ARPA funds and appropriated $1.7 million to the Port of Monroe for their crane project, if I remember right. Culture and recreation, if you look through the years there, it looks like we're dropping some money out of there, 1.85 to 1.8 and then down to 1.4 in future years. The reason that is that the bond payment for what was the multi-sports complex and is now the River Raisin National Battlefield Visitor Center is in there in those 2 years. And that's the last payment. November of 2023 is the last payment on those bonds. So that's why that goes down. And then the last section, other financing sources, that looks really high this year. Well, most of that money that was reclassified from public safety to be charged to ARPA was then used to fund capital projects such as Carnes Park and some of the recreation projects, some of the things that had been funded by, been planned to be funded by ARPA. So, and then lastly, public safety, way over on the far right side there, you can see that it's going down. I sort of had to guess how the transition would occur from the fiscal year 23-24 to the 5-year plan for public safety, and the reduction in 2 positions through those 5 years doesn't occur until 27-28. So that's why you see a little bit of a reduction in cost in 27-28 there. This is that slide just graphically. You can see the gray part is public safety. That's the biggest part. DPS, or excuse me, not DPS, but Public Works is the next section that is in the kind of the yellow there. That's the next largest expenditure, and then you've got general government from there. So that kind of just lays that out graphically. This slide does the same thing we looked at with revenue. It just shows you what are the major categories of expenditures. So if you get down the road with, say you had some revenue reductions and you're like, we got to cut some expenditures somewhere. Well, these are the major expenditures in the general fund, and they're also very difficult to cut. So I wouldn't look too much at the 22-23 column because of what ARPA did to that. But if you look over at 23-24, you can see that personnel is about 57% of the budget. And then you've got some other categories along the way there that make up about 19%. So in total, those things, make up over 92% of the budget is what that's trying to show there. A big amount there was in capital this year. And then this slide just summarizes it all together. So it brings together your revenues and expenditures each year. So for 22-23, revenues equal expenditures. For 23-24, expenditures exceed revenue by $71,459. That $71,459 is money that's to be funded from the Cemetery Perpetual Care Fund. $65,000 of it was items that were budgeted in the capital improvement program, and another $6,400 or so was for some consulting work that's been requested. So that's why revenues don't equal expenditures. The future years, you can see the amounts that are different there. For the most part, they're positive. 25-26 is negative, and Part of the reason that is we did budget some money in that year for some engineering and appraisal costs, because we're figuring we're going to need to hire an engineer, hire an appraisal related to DTE, since that's the last year of the settlement agreement.
The thought was, we're not going to get caught off guard this time. We're going to be ready when that settlement comes to an end, so that we at least have a pretty strong understanding of what value we're looking at going into that, so.
All right, and then the rest of that just has some budget or fund balance information. You know, the financial policies the city council adopted some time ago, it states that we want to, at a minimum, keep 15% of expenditures in fund balance. So what this is trying to show you is where do we stand related to that 15%. You can see the total ending fund balance that's estimated across all those years is anywhere from 5.6 to $5.8 million. But you have to remember, within that fund balance is there's the cemetery perpetual care fund is that committed fund balance amount that's listed on there. So that's committed towards those purposes. And then we've got some non-spendable items in terms of we've invested some money in properties, the Whistle Stop and the High property north of Mason Run. So those are $1,070,000. But in total, if you just look at total fund balance, it ranges anywhere from 25 to 27% of expenditures. If you then subtract out those committed amounts and those non-spendable amounts, it ranges anywhere from 18 to 20% across the whole projection period, which is a good, healthy amount. And then the last, in addition to that fund balance amount, we do have the budget stabilization fund. If you add that into those non-restricted amounts, you get anywhere from 27 up to 29% of fund balance there. So again, very healthy. I didn't put it on there, but if you just threw the budget stabilization fund into the total fund balance, it would be like 35 to 36%. So that, I believe, is pretty much it for the general fund.
If I can just, follow up on a couple of them, if you could just go back there, Ed, back to the previous slide.
Oh, sure.
Yep.
Whoops. I can't if I remember how to do it. Okay.
I think the important thing to keep in mind is, again, through this process, we obviously recognize the existing labor market as it is and made some adjustments, for the upcoming year. But also the piece that we added with two aspects that are in the ordinance is the public safety organization chart. It's really critical to understand that we stay with the plan. We know it's going to transition, but if you stay with it, you're going to actually be very solid position. You'll have I think, a much better structure to the organization on the police side. The fire side doesn't change. You could take, you'll see the org chart today, it's going to look the same 5 years later from now. But on the police side, through some attrition with retirements, we're going to move some positions around, restructure a little bit mostly on the command, all on the command side. So that we bring it in line with what that 52 number, I believe it was, that was established, through the Fitch study. The significant is stay with it. It's like one of those things, you pull the string and everything starts to unravel. If you stay true to it, you'll be fine. And I think that's really the point. And when you look at the existing fund balances, not excessive, but strong. And I think that complements where we are with our pension system as well as our retiree health care. And then the last part of it too is in the ordinance is that, looking at the overtime in the public safety area with having the minimum staffing in during the evening hours. I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. We're still, in the case of the police, we have 5 road patrol, including a supervisor. But we're not backfilling if there's for overtime in that hour if we don't need, if it drops to 4. And similarly with the fire department, there's 4 minimum staffing, which is currently what was adopted by council. We're staying true with that aspect of it. But if during the midnight hours, we're not going to backfill, bring somebody in to fill that in both police and fire. The call volume is just, it drops off significantly. And we think there's plenty of backup resources internally as well as whether it's on the police side, whether it's the sheriff or state police, and clearly on the fire side with our PSOs, MCA, and clearly on the fire end of it, our automatic mutual aids with our surrounding jurisdiction. So we think it's really a good, prudent financial consideration given the very small call volume that exists. So, but again, it's all kind of a structure, in that piece, we're probably pulling out over 100 grand in overtime by doing that, but we think there's value in there without any loss of service to our residents and businesses. Okay, thanks, Ed.
Yep. So I think I just have a couple other slides here on non-general fund budgets. So the major local and municipal street funds, all of their the programs that you budgeted for or adopted in the CIP program are budgeted. So those are all there. The fund balance in each of those funds is adequate. It's not, and I should say, with all these other funds, Vince mentioned before, we do project the general fund over 5 years. We do project these funds over 3 years. So we're looking out that time period at least to see where these funds will be. The fund balance in these funds is adequate, but it's kind of at the minimum where I would want them to be at this point. So it's not like there's a lot of money there to do a big project if we wanted to. But we look at them from year to year and try to make them work as much as we can. Act 51 revenue is budgeted based on current collections, so just a small increase projected there. It'll be interesting to see what happens with more people driving electric vehicles with that revenue source, but so far it seems to be going up just slightly at least. And the road millage generates about $1.9 million a year. The refuse fund, we already talked about next year's millage, but based on current projections, fiscal year 24-25 would be at 2.091 mils, so a small increase there. And 25-26 would be at 2.1754. So that's just seeing some of the taxable value loss again from the settlement. The revenue does include $65,000 for billing of multiple unit rental billings. I know that's on your work session later tonight, so I'm not going to go into that at all right now, really, but that is in there. I did consider, since we haven't even really approved that yet, taking that out. But the fund balance in that fund is pretty healthy at this point at $374,000. So if we didn't end up billing that for some reason next year, it could withstand it for a year. And then we do budget a contingency amount in that budget as well of $50,000. Some other funds, we do have a new fund. The Department of Treasury wanted us to create an opioid awareness funds for the opioid awareness funding or opioid awareness settlement funding that we receive. It is in the budget. There are no expenditures budgeted. We've just budgeted the revenue at this point. The first payment we got was a little over $73,000. So as the city council adopts a plan for using those funds, we would then amend the budget at the same time to expend them. The building safety fund, there is a rental inspection fee increase that's in the ordinance. I think we talked about that at a previous work session. The airport is budgeted for reduced operations. That's on your agenda later tonight too, so I won't go into that. And then the ARPA fund continues with plan set. The biggest things going on there right now are the public safety wages that are being charged there and the St. Mary's Garden storm sewer project. So those two are the two biggest things going on there. Once those two are done, there will be minimal funds left there, but we'll see. We are allowed to earn interest on that fund, so that's helped with some other projects as well along the way. And as I said when we went through the budget ordinance, the rest of the city funds are listed there in that ordinance. If you have questions about any of them, let me know. There was in your regular city council packet meeting tonight, there was a line item by line item report of all those other funds. It's probably pretty long, but if you want to look at it, it is in there. And I think that's it. So I think Barry's up now. Is there any questions on any of that information before I let him take over?
Did you say we can find a line by line itemization of the ARPA funds?
Every all the other non-general funds, there's
Okay.
a line item by line item report
Okay.
in your regular city council agenda, and ARPA's in there too, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't get into discussing any of the internal service funds, but the one piece of equipment that we are contemplating out of, what's the new term?
Equipment and motor pool,
There you go.
formerly the Stores and Equipment Fund.
Yeah. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, the one piece of equipment that you have in there?
You have to refresh my memory. I remember it's a piece of forestry
Right.
equipment. So I think we talked about it during the capital improvement program process. It's basically the I can't remember what it's called, but the forestry equipment that allows the employees or the forestry employees at DPS to basically take down a tree without climbing up it. They can do it from the ground, and it's kind of like a remote control tree remover, more or less. But that's in there to be financed. So it's at some point you'll get a recommendation to order it, but it takes quite a while to get it in. So if I remember right, we're expecting delivery sometime during the 23-24 fiscal year, but the financing wouldn't, because of that, the financing wouldn't really start, or the payments wouldn't start until the 25-26 fiscal year. So something like that.
So I wanted to bring that up because I do think, we've spent over $100,000 the last 2 years related to, removal of a lot of trees that was not initially budgeted. And so, this would be an alternative to have our staff handle some of that. As Ed said, it's financing. It's going to take a while to do that. And I will assure you that this is going to be one of those work session items that Patrick and his forestry crew will present to council. But it's a big change. And it's from a safety standpoint. I mean, I can't think of any other operation. Well, utility, there's the guys in the water, canning water collection or water distribution is dangerous. But next to that, forestry is really very, very dangerous. And I think a combination of being able to do more work, but also safely as well is paramount in, recommending that we adopt the budget with that piece of equipment in there. So that's it.
All right. Ready for Barry? There you go. He's got that.
Thanks, Ed. Good evening, everybody. All right, up first I have wastewater. Go over that, enterprise fund. So I'm going to start off with some goals. Ed mentioned a lot of this stuff already, but we're proposing to convert one position from a part-time to a full-time. So that would bring our FTE up to 26.1. That's in the collection system area to help us mainly with our corrective action plan work, CAP work. Obviously, our goal is to always meet our NPDS permit with Department of Eagle. We'll be in this budget is year 4 of the work plan. It is lining sewers, TVing mains, monitoring flow rates, and evaluating the system capacity. On top of that, with the storm sewer system planned for St. Mary's Gardens, we'll start the footing drain disconnection portion of that work as well. With the NPDS permit, we have to establish PFAS and PCB ordinance, which would be in our local limits. I'll be bringing that to council here as soon as we hear back from the state on our study that we completed. So that's a requirement in our permit, as well as a lot of additional testing. And our current permit expires in October of next year, so we'll be applying for a permit which is due next April. On top of that, maintaining capital improvements, which we touched on a lot, Ed has. We follow our asset management plan. We have 4 capital improvements proposing to do this upcoming fiscal year, as well as educating customers on the benefits of inflow and infiltration removal. And we do a lot of that through a variety of sources and a lot of partners. I'll go through the details of this, but we're looking at average increases of about 3.2% over the next 3 fiscal years with the expected increases in a lot of different areas that I'll touch on. This slide is a expense and revenue trend slide. There's a couple of prior fiscal years mentioned. The red text here is our original budget from the fiscal year we're in currently, and then our projected is next to it along with the requested. Down below here is just a line graph showing the revenues and expenses compiled, and we use a rate model that looks at a 10-year look ahead to try to plan for expenses and changes in the market as well as usage. As far as expenses, we're looking at, as Ed mentioned, a lot of these labor and fringes are a large increase, about 11%, with operational about 6%. Depreciation, the value of the system continues to increase, so we have a lot of replacement costs to plan for. And we have some reimbursement fees increase, which is as well as meter reading fees. There's some listed significant areas of expenses in each, and those are large drivers in the rate increases as proposed. Usage is also part of that trend. Since 2007, we've had a steady decline in billable sewer usage, except last year was kind of an outlier. You can see this large bump here, and that's attributable to industrial billable amounts as well as septic, and Frenchtown had a significant increase in billable revenue from their prior few years, and that was mainly attributable to the drought of last year, because you get billed one for water and sewer. So there was a lot of extra usage there. But we did plan ahead from the trend that we have observed since for the last 15 years. These are the proposed rates. We utilize the approved study that the Wastewater Control Board approved back in 2019. The recommended changes, we're proposing to maintain all the current rates except for the commodity portions. There's about a 4% increase in the commodity rate for all customers. In the DTE fly ash facility down on East Front Street, they were the only customer that uses treated effluent. There's a 4.9% increase into that charge, mainly because of operational cost increases. As far as affordability, this is a comparable of regional systems. A lot of systems rates have went up significantly. We're now in the top third. As far as affordability, the average customer could see about a $417 annual cost in sewage. And we do a couple of checks besides the regional analysis. We look at the EPA and some non-federal studies. Over on the right here is the EPA. It's 2.5% of the median household income across the county of Monroe. The city of Monroe is the lowest median household income. So that would be a little over $1,000 for sewer costs alone. So we're less than half of that, just from a comparable standpoint. So with that, I'm going to move into water, if there's any questions on wastewater at this point. Okay, I'll proceed. So similarly on the water side, here's some goals and objectives. Meeting our safe drinking water standards is our number one requirement. On the distribution side, we have to perform what's called field verifications. I may have mentioned these in the past. We had to go to about just under 400 sites and field verify service information. We have completed all that work. We are currently waiting to hear back from the state for guidance on how to evaluate it using their methodology. We hope to have that done here this year. We will continue replacing 5% of the suspected lead and galvanized service lines. We have about 1,589 left. The numbers drop each day. We do at least 7 to 8 of these a month. And on top of that, maintaining treatment is for corrosion control, PFAS removal, and microcystin toxins. Maintaining and optimizing our treatment for those are a priority, as well as this year we have to perform It's the unregulated contaminants. We are required to perform testing on all these different analytes that are not regulated currently. So this is our 5th time having to do that. So that's in our budget for this year. On the distribution side, we're included year 5 of our meter conversions, which is cycle 7 and 8. It's just under 2,500 meters that we'll be having to replace and convert. And then we would move to monthly billing thereafter. We then would have the last 3 years remaining, which is just a little bit about 5,100 meters remaining. On the staffing side, as Ed may have pointed out, we are proposing to convert a part-time to a full-time position for water service, the water service area, and that would help with our meter changes, cross-connection control, and this general services as well. Maintaining capital funding is a requirement. We do have a proposed bond built into the 10-year rate model to help with our capital improvements in the distribution system. The average rate increases are listed there. When you compile those, it's about 6.2% per year. This screen is a revenue and expense trend showing similarly what we did with wastewater. You can see we do keep it very close as much as we can to make sure we're raising enough revenue to outpace our expenditures. As far as the expenses, we have about a 10% increase in depreciation of system value. Labor and fringes, about 8% of that. 4% increase overall in the reimbursements. That's administrative, police and fire, IT fees, etc. And then the operational expenses is about 1%. That's chemicals and electricity. And then the significant areas are outlined below there. There's quite a list of them there, but they've had some large increases in certain areas. As far as consumption, the drought from last year did not impact us on a fiscal year basis, mainly on a calendar year basis. So we had quite a large increase on a calendar year basis, but it's not really shown on the graph here. We do have planned the regressive observation that we have in the past. Also, I have built into this is the 2028-29 fiscal year plan for the DTE facility, half of it shutting down. At least that way we have it built into the rate model and the rates, so that way we can keep all our objectives and goals built into it along with capital improvements. As far as consumption goes, about 92% of the system is still below where we were back in 2006. As far as revenue goes with rates, what's recommended, we're proposing to maintain all rates except for the commodity portion. It would go up about 7.5% on the commodity side. So a city resident currently pays $2.20 per unit. We recommend going up to $2.37. And then outside the city, it doubles on top of that, and the wholesalers are also would go up relatively. These are the proposed fixed fees as well as the commodity for next fiscal year. These are the fire line charges and the system development fees that are part of the budget ordinance as well. And then just looking at affordability and comparables to the region, we're still, we're very close to the top still, number 3 from affordability standpoint. And we're significantly below the benchmarks that we use with the EPA and non-federal sources. Just compiling both the water and wastewater increases, it's about a 4% increase overall when you combine them for customers that have water and sewer. But that's all I had at this point. If there's any questions, I don't know if you want to open it up.
Let me, let's expand on the bond issue again. You're initiating with this fiscal year some of the design work associated with that. And
Sure. Sure. So the bond is mainly all distribution related. It is about just under 11 miles of water main. and it's in the city of Monroe. It's in Monroe Township and Raisinville Township. And it's the capital improvements, the way we are proposing it. And it's replacing the mains as well as upgrading service lines. And that's what we do on a annual basis with our improvements to the system. So it's the mains range from the 1920s to the 1990s, where we've had a significant amount of breaks. I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I want to think we were in the almost 300 main breaks over these all these different mains. So there's about 90 lead services that we'd have to replace as well. But all of our water agreements with our partners, we own and operate and maintain the system. So this would be a system cost, unless we're able to obtain grant funds to help offset some of those.
I know we've talked about it with the CIP, but just wanted to, discuss it here in the budget because now it's really coming to fruition with some of the design work starting in this upcoming fiscal year. And you can see in the succeeding 2 years, some of the cost in rates are going to be borne with a very sizable bond issue for this work. So just to get everybody alerted that it is part of, the ongoing responsibility of maintaining a water system. And as Barry said, given the number of breaks as well as some of the lead service replacements that need to take place, it's time for us to give that consideration. We did discuss internally whether to spread it out over a period of time, but given the magnitude of the project, the cost of mobilization for a contractor, we thought it would be better to do a large project because it is pretty geographically in a limited geographic area. So I don't have anything else to add with that, just other than just let everybody know it's in there.
So I'll start, see if there's any questions for Barry regarding the water and wastewater, and then we'll go back to the full presentation earlier with Mr. Sell, if there's any topics. Andrew?
Question on the bonding, that goes to a vote of the public, like you said.
It does not.
Does not.
No, it is a utility, and
So it's all just rate-based?
yeah,
Okay.
exactly. There's no millage associated with it. More than likely, what we'll do, as we have in the past, although not since I've been here, but the city has gone through what is referred to as the Board of Public Works bonds, which the Drain Commissioner can issue. So we'll be leveraging a larger organization's financial position to do that, and so it'll be paid back with the rates themselves. But I've never had that be a requirement that it goes before the voters.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Leroy? See any? Thanks, Barry, as always. Mr. Bastu, do you want to go back to the beginning or start, or?
Yeah, let's, if we wanted to, as we were talking, and again, I'll let you kind of kick it in,
Sure.
Mayor, some of our discussion about, the Lake Erie Transit millage and, maybe some opportunities for consideration. And I know Mr. Felder and I've had some discussion about some things related to the budget that I think he wants to bring up as well, so.
All right, so as I was going through this, and I recall back on our presentation from Lake Erie Transit, and of course the millage rate and what's going to be leveraged or used, and realize there's space or some capacity within that, and it made me think about the past year or two with council and requests for services, requests for transportation, requests for partnerships, and I just got to thinking and thought, well, have a conversation here with council, and if there's any interest to have the staff then look in to see what that might be in partnership with LET to how maybe leveraging some of those some of the millage that's available. So I thought about, we have our fixed routes where we deliver service throughout. We hear periodically of getting from A to B, and I think that people can find their way and get there. But I thought about some of those service ride requests that I've seen in other communities and have, but it might, I don't want to call it a dial ride because I'm not sure I'm going to use the right term, so I don't want to get in the wrong lane, no pun intended. But the idea is how do we use the possibility of providing services when you talk about, needs of our customers that have the greatest need. Maybe it's to medical appointments, to service for food, groceries, even city services, that they wouldn't have to, they could get there in a direct way and in a time sensitivity. Obviously, it's an increase of needs to deliver the service. I look at Councilwoman Germain here and managing that, but is there space that we could find some routes that would provide those services and come up with some ideas of how to do that? And still, of course, there's space within the millage. So that was my thought.
More specifically, I think we've talked a little bit about, the Oaks neighborhood, and access there. I mean, through the study, I mean, the concern about access to transportation, whether if you were to do something, would it be limited to, the essentials, groceries, medical related, office visits, those type of things. So it's just something, because there is some capacity in there to consider, and certainly in light of, I think, the Orchard East study, and just other recognition that access to transportation is a little bit more of a challenge in that immediate area. But there's probably a couple other areas in town where that may exist as well. So, again, the mayor and I talked about it, just something for council to digest. I'm not sure I don't think we can do it in this budget cycle with this millage, but there's nothing that would preclude you from considering it in December if you thought that would be a good program to pursue. And certainly it'd have to be a lot of dialogue with Lake Erie Transit and what they would need to do to try and ramp up for something like that. So.
Probably a little bit late for the thought, but as Mr. Pastu said, we received back the Orchard East plan and talked about transportation, some services, some needs, and that might change in some respects when we start moving forward on housing initiatives as well, and where those services, that came up in our previous discussions. But it's not something we're going to be providing transportation across the county either, because it is a millage that comes from the residents of the city that they've supported. Now, of course, Frenchtown has that as well. It could be in a partnership. I think there's a lot of conversation that could be done. And I agree with Vince. I don't think it's something we're going to finish at this point for this budget as we sit as now. But as you get to the December and the first of the year, there's things that we could be working on if we think in conversation with LET of how that would even be. We'd have to engage them for their thoughts and modeling and what that might be. But it's just more of a thought for me at this point. And I think if we have some capacity there that we might be able to provide services that we put to the greatest needs, then we should be considering it. So that was just my thought to start. There's other budget stuff that was there. Kelly?
Your Honor, are you having these questions because there's extra money left in the millage? Is that what I'm saying? Is
Well,
that what I'm understanding?
I think we recognize there's, we've heard through the study and others that, some are having some challenges getting to transportation, and the fixed routes do get people there. There's no question. But because of where the rate of the millage came in, there's we can leverage all completely. I don't have the exact number to the capacity of the top. We're not currently. There's space.
Oh.
So if there's space, do we want to consider some of these services that might benefit our community and those that might have some of the greatest need to get to a location? And you could start thinking, Vince and I started thinking that's way down the road, but I know that the Kroger's not in the city, but it sure is right on the edge. But that's where a majority of people may go because they can't get elsewhere. But if you start talking about Meyer, well, then I think Frenchtown would have to be in the conversation. But I'm thinking where we're at. But if you get there and you start having these direct items, and then you could schedule a time for pickup, drop off, and return. You could schedule something, and even with I think Vince had a thought about How do you go to Kroger and get them to be engaged in this, and how they might want to be a partner in helping some of this, because they're the benefit of where the sales are. So let's make them the, part of the contributor in how we're providing service. Is there something that they would be interested in being a partner? So I just maybe think about it as, sure, I always hear how it takes how many runs, so and I don't think, I don't know because I don't take it, but, out to the college and stuff, but that's a Monroe Township. And then, if Monroe Township would ever pass a millage, I think those would be the conversations we want to have, of how they currently contract for some services from Kroger down to Mabel Cares, and I think that's great, or to the Social Security office. But those are just that's kind of some direct route funding that they do, and they do it through a subsidy. Well, we don't have to increase a subsidy or the revenue because it's been passed by the residents previously, and I know that's up for this year as well. But and I think LET has managed the fund well. They've managed it well and delivered service. But if we think that there's some additional service needs that we identify as a council, we should be having the conversation. That's all I'm presented this time, is to have the conversation. It would be for the administration to reach out to, the LET director, but also then the board, and start to think what that might be. We'd have probably something from a council. What would that criteria be that we think would fall within this? Again, as being said, it's not what we're going to do right now, but it's something that we should be starting now to plan for as we get into this budget year in the future. As Mr. Sell pointed out, we know where we sit in this 5-year budget and some of the challenges, but also where we're kind of restricting and making sure we get there. Just a thought.
Can I put a couple words?
Yep, go right ahead.
Just so you're thinking outside of the box with the growth that's happening in Monroe Township, down the Pleasance, our Lazy Boy project, all of the growth that's happening, we can rearrange routes to better serve the people and better serve the needs. The factory that's going, we've already had requests on, can you transport us from the factory? We're not sure how we're gonna do it. So think like that, and all of the growth that's happening and what we can do to help our citizens.
And if those opportunities do present themselves where because we have a millage that our residents support, and they have supported, I think, for a long time. But we start talking about extension in townships, then we should have a conversation with them as well to make sure that, they're getting the needs of, maybe it's a business or a corporation, but if the residents are, we want them to get there because of employment. At the same time, the township needs to have employees to make they be productive. So my first thought was, how do we get our residents to the services they need and locations they are? Maybe it's their doctor's office, maybe it's something else, and we can try to special locations that it becomes more direct, more timely. And it's not that I say it's not timely, it's just how do we get them there and how do we do it best for them? I think there's some opportunities for discussion. So I just thought I'd throw that out. I'm sure if you have questions or thoughts on it, we can provide. Andrew?
Yeah, I certainly like the idea. I don't want to get in the habit of saying no for other people, so I'll ask if you think that Monroe Township or Frenchtown or maybe a countywide millage wants to pursue the same thing, given the interconnectivity of our services, especially in Monroe Township, Monroe City and Frenchtown sort of metropolitan area. Like you mentioned, I think that there's a lot of services being offered in and through those places, and the fact that, people live throughout that area, and there's a pretty dense population. But I think it's something worth pursuing. I think that the provision of service is clear, depending on criteria. I mean, I'd be interested before, creating a particular criteria of knowing what percentage of the fares makes up the actual revenue for LET. I would imagine it'd be really small, actually.
It's a nonprofit organization.
Yeah. Yeah. So, whether we cover some or cover all, and just, okay, the city's going to have free transit now, and this is what's going to be offered, because I know that this is the transportation issues in terms of discussions of, areas that are at need, or in discussion of non-motorized transportation plans. And a bus certainly isn't non-motorized, but it's less motorized if you consider that everyone would have to have cars otherwise. So getting the city to a point where it would be viable to not own a car in, I think probably would be a good thing, but that needs to be designed over time as well. Now, we have a bike and trail plan, but I think that in discussions on the advisory committee that we were having, our ability to remove cars from the roads was really independent, it seemed, from developing the trails plan, at least at this point in time, because a lot of that was being used for recreation. It wasn't being used for commuting or going to the grocery store or running errands. And I think part of that has to do with the proximity of our residential developments to our commercial corridors. So if we can have other alternatives for that, I think that it allows us to get more cars off the road and dedicate more space to things that we'd all like to have, like green spaces and bike lanes and all this good stuff. But we only can justify once we've alleviated traffic to the point that we can dedicate that space on our roads for that purpose. So I think that there's a lot of things, and I know we've talked about, last mile commuting and stuff like that, and, why we had the scooters to begin with and how it was serving a problem that we all saw within our city. And then if you looked at the heat maps of where those rides were starting and going, I think that you're right probably in talking about the Orchard East neighborhood. So I'd really like to pursue that discussion. I think that's a really good idea.
Because I think I remember back when then Supervisor McDevitt and I were on the Access to Core Services Task Force for the whole Southeast Michigan, and it was about identifying where there was healthy foods and access to medical, and it was interesting because you really had to dig deep to find there were services, but it just how people were able to access them is what became the discussion later. But there's a really good concept plan that came out from SEMCOG on that, and I know that's going to get revisited again. And I think in more recent months, we talked about with the corridor plan with the Orchard East and other properties, and our discussion on housing, whether it be infill or new developments, how that's going to. I think that came in our discussion is before we start planning all of that, if we are going to have some housing multi-use locations, what that need may be when we talked about, as Michelle said, about routes and readjusting. So I think it's really going to be a comprehensive discussion. But first, we have to decide is it something we have an interest in. And I think that's just my thought. As for me, it's with the administration is to kind of make that outreach and see what that would be. And if we start to figure out what that is, we'd know how much it is. But we also have to wait and then see what the use need may be and where at. So that's all part of the discussion. It's not for this. I don't think it's going to be for our discussion on the budget day. That's what we're here for. But I think it is a budgetary item to consider as we're looking through, not this year, we have a 5-year plan of where we're going to be going. I know Vince is, go ahead.
Sorry.
I have one other thing that I wanted to, when Mr. Sell presented, I got to find my notes for that. It is on the back of some page here. Oh, pardon me?
I had another question.
Sure, go right ahead while I look for my other note.
We're still talking about the budget, right?
Yeah, that's where we're on, is the budget. Funding and where,
I was a little late. I apologize for my tardiness. I didn't hear anything about the proposed library. Is that in the state grant portion of the budget? And when does administration see us moving forward, even with a conversation about the library? Is it gonna fall somewhere in this 5-year budget? And last question, is there a time-sensitive nature to the money that the state gave us to build the library?
I think those are mostly your questions, but I can tell you that the grant is budgeted in the capital projects fund, the full amount of it. But from there, you go ahead.
One of the things that it came in the estimate higher than what the funds that we received. Not a shock to given what's taken place. We have everything associated with construction, and then internally, we've asked Kohler and Auk Construction to start looking at some alternatives. Candidly, I think we got a meeting this week. Is it this week or next week? Wednesday. Okay. okay, we're going to package it and ultimately bring it back to the steering committee as to here's some of the alternatives that are being considered to maximize the grant that we receive for that project. And so it's, there's some things for us to kick around, but we wanted to make sure we were organized, had good numbers to work with before we came back for a little more discussion. So it'll happen here in the next few weeks where we'll get everybody back together, I think.
And then I was wondering if there was like a time frame for us to spend the money, or is it ours forever?
There is a time frame, but I think the horizon on it is out there a ways. I don't want to say it was 2026, but clearly there's plenty of time to do a design, build it before we're done. So, and my experience too is if you're making a good faith effort, they're usually pretty good about extending the time frame on that. So, but I don't think there will be a need to do that beyond that. So.
Because personally, I think it would have been nice to use some of the ARPA funds for the library to cover the shortfall. So, but I heard in your presentation that those funds are pretty much spent. I don't know, because you deal with large numbers. When you say it's pretty much spent, that could still be millions. Can you tell me how much is left?
There really is nothing left. They're all allocated at this point. So, yeah, they've been, we had a plan last year that we've pretty much followed. So they're, other than some of the, public safety premium pay that's going to go out until 2025, I believe, pretty much everything else will be spent after this next year or so on either the St. Mary's project or the public safety wages.
And part of it is with the public safety wages, if you remember, is that it was an allowable expense for us to essentially not incur those expenses in the general fund, freeing up money in the general fund for projects like Carnes and some of the others. And so, the aging process that Mr. Sell went through this last year was a function of the city manager asking him to move money around for all these projects as they were coming in over budgeted. And I think, and that's the one thing, we were able to do is to get everything back in line where it needs to be, albeit with the case with the library. We wish we had more based on the big vision, but there's still a lot that can be done and have a very functional facility well into the future. So, but yeah, no, that with the cost overruns on some of the projects, we've been moving around and finally got it back to where everything is tied out, and I think we're fine with that. So, but everything's allocated. That's the other thing. Keep in mind, there's a lot of free money to be moving around. That's for sure.
So Vince, just I think the answer was given during the presentation discussion on the public safety, because I looked at the funding and that was the allocation and the personnel. I looked at the chart as well, and I think you gave the answer as you get to 2027, 28, I think is what you said. That's where the positions start to lessen to make the budget work, and they were mostly within the police side and the administration or command side. We've talked about that as a council meeting or two ago when we had the structure. So I want to make sure that was the date you said, because I was wondering if didn't see it at first, but now it's the 27, 28 about is what it starts to drop off.
Well, that's
Mr. Sal.
Yeah.
I think I said that.
I think you did.
So I mean, you have those two charts in that you've seen, one for 23, 24, and then the 5-year plan. So to get from one to the other, I just looked at, okay, when are people going to potentially retire? And so you make assumptions. Okay, this person's going to retire here, this person's going to retire here. And based on those, movements, how can you get down to that 5-year plan? And so really, if it all just happened due to retirements, then yeah, it would be in 27, 28 before you got to that 5-year plan. But if things shake loose or happen faster than that, it could be earlier than that.
Okay. That's what I understood it to be, and I think that's what our previous conversations were at council, understanding the structure and the minimum staffing and how that might, how that through the 5 years, how that comes to be and with the other off hours as well. The
And I
other
think
part-
that,
Go
if I
ahead.
may,
No,
Your
go ahead.
Honor,
Go ahead.
just again, when you look back at the charts, like this year, we're putting money in from perpetual care, which really kind of accounts for what looks to appear to be a deficit, but it is covered. The other part of it is from an operating standpoint, is the DTE appraisal money, then engineering money that we were looking in prepping 3 years from now to know that, okay, when that settlement goes, we'll be ready for if there is a future challenge. You take those two items out, and guess what? All 5 years you're balanced out, and with some surpluses in a couple of the years with that. So, as I said, I think it's a good 5-year budget that we have to sustain the services, and then obviously year 6 is when we know that at this point in time decommissioning a couple of the units will take place, but we've had some discussion about how we can get there as well to a path to again continue to maintain services. So, anyways. I think it's important is that it is a good 5-year budget that gives you a good balance, maintains good fund balances throughout. So
I think you just answered the question. Again, I had a note here. I want to just confirm it because you said 2026. It was some of the funding that was talked about to be prepared for the 2028 and start early and be prepared. That funding that was a discussion of, I just put I won't call it a settlement date because we don't know if there even will be one, but being prepared and if that comes, so 2026 was the year, correct? Okay, that's what I recall. All right.
I think though, that money that we put in there
Yeah.
wasn't really for 2028.
No.
It's for 26, 27 because I'm guessing DTU will be coming to our door again saying, hey, okay, the settlement period's over. We think the taxable value of the plant should be this in 26, 27. So that money that's in 25, 26 is for that. But you're right, in 27, 28, or even around that year, we probably need to put some more of that money in to deal with maybe if the plant does close.
as he said, just that last piece is important. You've set the table for when and if those 2 units get what that foundation is going to look like. And so I think it's just makes sense to be prepared for it when that occurs. And certainly Matt has been part of the, understands that it's out there as well as Paula Smith, the assessor. So
That's what I heard. Last thing I know, Mr. Sell, one of your slides you had amounted is we went through the budget years and there was that one that was $71,000, right? And it showed us almost a deficit, but it was the amount. And you gave the response, of course, it's some of their perpetual care funding from the cemetery fund that is because there's projects that we're doing that are going to be done. So it's really going to come from that, correct? To manage.
Yeah, that is correct. In the capital improvement program, there was $65,000 worth of capital projects. Don't ask me to list them right now because I don't remember what they were, but they're budgeted, and the funding for them comes from the perpetual care fund. So that's why it shows a negative amount there. There was talk of having a consultant work on some other projects, like $500 a month or something like that. So that was the rest of that, just to be able to pay that consultant.
Yes, it showed there, but there is funding that's coming from this fund to be able
Right.
to balance it. So that was my point.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
it's the perpetual cares now in the general fund. I think it used to be in the fiduciary trust in the past, and otherwise you'd be seeing a transfer in. It's an accounting thing, but the money's in a secured area, so it'll show a deficit, but it's coming from a restricted account in the general fund. So it's an accounting thing, but it's good.
So obviously, we're here for the budget review in the work session, and there's later in the meeting setting it for, so if there's other, or any questions about budgeting or for Mr. Sell, administration, or ourselves to discuss. Andrew?
Yes. One conversation I had previously today with Director Lewis was about the signal crossings on North Custer, at Richards, and at Cranbrook. He instructed me that those were funded through last year's capital improvement cycle, so I was very happy to see that. That answers one of those questions. And then a couple of things sort of to add on to future discussions. As with your comments, Mr. Mayor, let me take these one at a time. Our forestry department budget, the money that we have to plant trees comes out of the same money that we have to chop trees down. In a heavy storm year, like we've had in the last couple of years, we've had to chop down in an exorbitant amount of trees, which means that you get to plant even less, even though we have less because we cut down more. I think proposing something like a community tree bank where residents can come, take from the tree bank and plant them themselves, either in their backyards, because I know that we're replanting the ones along the road, but the ones in the backyards don't always get planted, don't always get replanted. And if we're planting decades at a time, we want to make sure that we have tree coverage throughout the city for years to come. And also to be able to supplement the plantings that we do on the years that we're hardest hit, that we have a lot of storm damage and have to cut those trees down. So considering something like that. And that sort of falls into the second item of assigning discretionary budgets to some of the committees. Now, I know that we do this already with some of the committees, like the port, not that they have the money to spend, but they put forward a budget, they cover so much, and then we essentially make them whole on the back end. I know that other committees, the Parks Commission, when we had a Parks Commission, reviewed certain aspects of the budget proposals for their respective areas before those proposals were made final. I know that they did that with trails. I know that they did that with parks, but to assign them, okay, we're going to allot you X amount of dollars, and you guys are going to advise us on how to spend that money, and then it's going to come before council for approval. That's essentially how we did it this year with the Trail Advisory Committee. That's essentially how we did it right now with the port. I think going forward and doing something like that with the tree committee, doing something like that with Cody, where it would be appropriate, I think could be beneficial and allow more community input into the decisions that are made for the city. Third of all, a revolving loan fund. I know that we've all had discussions with DTE again tonight, and we anticipate to have more money now than we will in the future. We've put money aside for projects and tried to aggressively pursue economic development projects because we know that right now is the time that we're going to be able to have them. And we are soon going to be able to run out of the resources to be able to as aggressively pursue some of those projects. To make that investment lasting into the future, either have an external revolving loan fund that we set criteria on and that the business community can apply to, very similar to how we operate our facade improvements grant that the DDA does. I know that that's put on hold for a year while they do the optical building, again, which I think is a good thing. But setups very similar to that, where they say, hey, we want to move in, we have some investments, but we're just getting started. Can you help us out? And it's either a subsidized or a zero interest loan that they pay then back into the system after a period of time. We could also look at doing that internally with some of our own projects, like the Whistle Stop and like the property that we have on Macomb, where we acquire the building, we invest in it, we rehabilitate it, and then we sell it onto the market, and those funds would go back in to fund the next project. So it's an investment that we can make now while we have the funds available to do so, that will last into the future when we may not. And then third of all, a millage abatement fund. I think that we did something very interesting this last time when we put up for the police millage, the police station millage. We set about $2 million aside and said, we're not going to ask the public for these funds. We're going to cover this ourselves. If the public deems to, fund this project with the $14.5 million that we're asking for them, we'll fund the remainder, essentially, to show that we have skin in the game and to remove some of the burden from the residents for those projects. I think that, again, for the same reasons that I've discussed previously, it allows you to make an investment now for the future, and then second of all, decrease the cost of those projects to the residents, which I always think is a great thing, and it shows that, again, that we have skin in the game, that these projects are important to us. And then third of all, if the projects eventually don't get funded, I mean, the police millage failed 60-40. If we're to put it on the ballot again tomorrow, I don't know that I expect much of a difference in the result. Eventually, we're going to put aside a certain amount of funding every year, and that amount will build up over time. We may be able to knock some of these projects off on our own without having to go to the residents. So I'd propose those things. We can discuss them into the future, perhaps in the next budget, but I think they're the things that are worth talking about, and I look forward to doing so.
So there's a lot there, probably better one at a time, because I'm trying to think back of each of them. Because I would ask on each one of them, where's the funding coming from?
Well, that's why that's why we have a 5-year budget cycle, and I'm planning years in advance.
You have the ideas, have you looked at where the funding's coming from? Any proposals?
There's, if I may, Your Honor, one of the things that Councilmember Felder mentioned is actually going to be something you're going to probably discuss before I leave. One of them is related to flipping properties. You get it ready, you turn it over. There's one that we're contemplating, and we've got to engage in a little more discussion in a closed session because it's going to involve some land acquisition. But the point of it is we think it's one of those that can go quickly. There's some things too where you can look at revolving programs. I've done those in the past, mostly with sidewalk. But if you get into doing something with trees where you can purchase it and pay it back over a period of time or whatever, that could be not only an improvement to the property owner, but possibly a maintenance, because sometimes taking down a tree in the backyard is several $1,000s. And that in itself is an impediment to the maintenance. And so there's some things that you can do if you look at it. But again, the legal aspect of teeing it up and getting that, this tree is dead and you need to remove it. And
Well, I wasn't suggesting that we take trees down on personal property.
what's that?
I wasn't suggesting that we take trees down on personal property.
Well, it may be one of those things that eventually you may have to start considering, because we can take them down in the right of way, which we've done quite a bit, but sometimes there's a risk to neighbors where their trees are on private property and they don't have the means to afford to take them down. So there's a way that I think that you can look at doing that. So again, you do have a tree committee, and I think that's actually a really good topic for them to look at some of these alternatives, not just what's in the right of way, but what do you do to handle some of the private trees on property that are now a threat or a risk to not only the existing property owner, but possibly the neighbors.
Okay. So I'll see if there's other questions from other council members regarding this budget session. Obviously, there's items that I think of I'd contemplate and have discussion. I don't know when and how. I don't know what your timeline or your thought was, Andrew.
Well, I don't think it's this evening, sir, if that gives you any
But
idea.
my mind's starting to already think about a couple of them.
And I think it comes down, to answer your prior question, I think it comes down to a question of, the budget is essentially a discussion about values and priorities over time. And there's a lot of things that we seem to find money to do. And there's a lot of important projects that we do in as the city. We're all here because we believe in some of those projects. And we believe in the good and the services that the city can commit to this community. But in terms of having discussions and placing those on a priority list, and maybe some of these aren't, some of these don't make the cut, but I think that they're worth having a discussion.
I think about our boards and commissions, and there's a handbook, and it designates what all the boards are and what their role is. And some are advisory, some are quasi judicial, some are have greater authorities. And I think about that, and as the boards and commissions were set, what they have as their assigned task, but also how they carry out. We know that there's a board and planning commission that could make some decisions that doesn't even come to council. So they have that authority on certain aspects of their role. We have an advisory committee, and to me, it's advisory. Of course, the ethics board is just another example of a board, and they have the ability to actually, I don't say subpoena, but bring people in and have that authority. It's that judicial side of it. And I would think if we unfortunately, and they've not had to have a serious conversation about something in that realm, but if they did, I would think the city would have to be have to provide in a cost issue that may come up, and of course, I look at the attorney's relationship and potential fees, and so I'm trying. I mean, in my mind when you said it, I was trying to think of how do we designate those funds if their role is not in a fashion that they could expend, and how do we do that internally with the budget that we have? But I'm just thinking my thoughts. I don't have an answer right now. I'd have to go back and look and see where that might or might not apply and how it might work. So that's all. I'm just free thinking, as I say. Any other questions for either Mr. Sell or Mr. Pastu or Barry? I know this is for tonight, but we have something later just to get it on the public hearing for it, and then later by the end of the month we have to adopt, and so we'll see how those discussions go and see if what other maybe dialogue or decision meetings we might have before then. But if there's no other comments for now, Mr. Pastu.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item I would like to chat, and I'm going to rattle through a handful of these, and then there's some that are not on the agenda that I'd like to at least briefly discuss before our regular meeting starts at 7:30. So we've had discussion regarding leasing a portion, about 2,300, a little over 2,300 square feet of space that's unoccupied, kind of just junk storage right now on the third floor, kind of directly across from where the public safety office is, as well as the conference room opposite side there. And so, as we've talked about with Impact, is that there's, their lease is scheduled to expire this June, and they're looking to extend for a year. But clearly, as we went through the recitals, they have long-term concerns about the $30,000 they spend each year on the lease, plus other operating expenses. And so, one of the things I had suggested is that the city would, as an administration, would recommend that we lease that space on the third floor to them for $1. And essentially, in turn, we're going to get some in-kind production services that we can provide related to any short content type of programming that we could put on Facebook, our social media, that website, so that we can, engage the community in a little more timely manner. The other thing with it is they do have podcasting, radio. They also have radio station, and then we would have access to that. So in turn, for that $1, we would be essentially getting probably somewhere just a little north of $25,000 in-kind service for that lease. We want them to do fine, but also we need to get something else out of it. And so the agreement here, we've met with them last, with their board of directors last week. I think by and large, we're pretty much comfortable, at least from a city administration standpoint. We had some questions on page 4 related to the termination, so I made some modifications to that. They were a little uncomfortable with or without cause, but if we were to terminate it, we'd give them $50,000 for relocating expenses. I have no earthly knowledge as to why we would need that space in the next 4 or 5 years, but anyways, if by chance there was a reason for it, it's there and available. And then if there was some repeated violations of which they've received notice of, whether it's policies and procedures, security breaches, those type of things, we could terminate that as well. But on the positive, it's good for Impact, because I think it starts moving them in a direction beyond just being exclusively just a cable operation, looking at more content production, and again, we benefit from it as well. So the contract or lease proposed wouldn't affect what we also have with Impact related to city council meetings and televising of those. So if you want me to go into more detail, I could do that, but if council is comfortable with it, we can bring it back at the next meeting for approval.
You said there's a $50,000 payment if we break the lease.
Yes.
Within what time frame? I'm sorry, I missed.
We still have to provide them at least 1 year notice that you're going to do that. But the agreement would be a 4-year agreement from running through 2027. And if there's by chance, for whatever reason, we needed to take it back, you have that ability to do so. One thing I didn't mention is that we would put some funding in there to clean it up, replace some of the ceiling tiles, carpet the flooring for that, and then they can have it from there. It's in pretty bad shape right now. It's the old Social Security office area there, so.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. So this is a 4-year contract. And we can terminate the lease with a 1-year notice.
Right.
Okay.
Just to clarify for the public's benefit, this is currently vacant space, correct?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you said with the capital costs incurred on our part, we're essentially just white boxing the space. They're gonna put up all the furniture, any of the improvements that need to be made to make it fit for what they're gonna use it for, that's all on them.
That's correct. In fact, the language stipulates in there, I didn't go into all detail, but they're going to have to retain an architect. I've talked with Millward about it. I think by the end of June, you should have one, but they're to do an assessment of the infrastructure within the city hall for what their needs are, and they would have to pick up the marginal cost to make that ready for their operation. We did target a date of having it ready for them to start the move-in and prepare for it of February 29th of next year. I've had some consultation with Clerk Lavoie regarding how the use of where she's at, for the November election in 2023, and so structure it so that we can start cleaning that area up. We budgeted, I think, $100,000 for both the clerk's area as well as the impact area. Am I right with that, Ed? Yeah. So that we can just get both of those areas, cleaned up, functional for long-term future use.
Wonderful, thank you.
Would not occupy is where the clerk currently holds some of those accuracy testing and that. When you talk about sensitivity and importance, so I should leave that to clerk to describe, but I think that it gives another benefit to us of access of space and good use of space.
Yeah, real quickly, we already were, we use that as, we call it our training area, we use it for training, but that's also where we store our election equipment. And right now, every question that I get from the levels above me in terms of elections are, who has access? Does anyone have access to your equipment, et cetera? And so that room will be secure. We were going to have to put up a wall anyway to make it completely secure, so that'll be part of the project. And really the only other thing we need is we're going to put some appropriate flooring in because that carpet is awful. And there's, I think, one other item. And all of that will make our area secure. Right. And there's a lot of opportunity for election education, et cetera, that would come out of this partnership as well, so.
And currently, there's no access to others that are using the facility, but if you're going to do that, it requires this to be done to maintain the security that you have and actually heighten it as well.
Right. I mean, when I say that
Yeah.
we'd have to put up a wall, there is a wall of very heavy pieces of furniture that definitely, and nobody else has a key to the other side of that room, so it is secure.
Right.
Absolutely, I take that very seriously, but this is going to be better. Much better.
Much better.
And it was in our plan to do it anyway this year, so it's just, it feeds into the project.
Other comments on this item that's going to appear later? Very well. Vince, next.
Okay. If, continue to work with Impact, with Millward, but also if we need to meet with the board, I'll certainly do that before we bring it back for approval going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is a resolution. We talked a little bit about it as it pertains to the airport. It's drafted in a manner that is really taking what I would call kind of a pause, if you will. But literally, where we're at now with the airport is that it is a recreational general aviation airport. We don't have any fixed-based operator there. We don't have any corporate jets any longer, nor do we have any kind of cargo-related flights and deliveries. And candidly, when you look at some of the surrounding airports, I'm not sure we'll ever be positioned. We don't have a crosswind runway to go along with that, which is important for all of those, to be honest with you. And so, what we're looking at doing is essentially starting with the jet fuel. I'm not sure if you've already started some of that as well. But our intent would be to no longer, sell the jet fuel, and then start looking at taking the tank out. It's an underground tank that we have there, so it would engage with ATK Peerless more than likely to start doing some of that analysis, as well as the specs with it. We're still going to sell aviation fuel there, but and we're still going to keep maintain some of the operations. But I think one of if you looked on the backside of what I had there is that we're still going to evaluate what the hours of operation at the terminal are going to be. We've talked a little bit about some security related issues, but clearly we struggled with the fact that our airport manager is going to be gone here probably in the next couple of weeks, if not already. He's hanging on and being gracious to work with us at this point. But we always struggled for part-time support there at the airport, and so we're going to try and make it as much a self-serve as possible, for the pilots that do come into Monroe with that. And so, as I go through it, that we would appoint Chris Schaefer, who's our assistant to city engineer. He would be the airport manager. Mr. Lewis would be the deputy manager, and as I told Mr. Schaefer, his first order of business is to fire his deputy. Just out. But at any rate, and then I put in there to issue NOTAMs, which is notice to air missions, changed from what it used to be, notice to airmen, but that we would be discontinuing the Jet A fuel sales, and then eventually at some point, Mr. Lewis, at his discretion, is going to call to have the remainder of that pumped out at that point, and then go forward with it. So it's one of those things, we're not closing it, obviously. There's some issues that obviously that go along with it, but I think it's time to take a pause with it. And in doing so, we've taken the $45,000 general fund subsidy for the operation and eliminated that going forward. So we could still have a functional recreation, general aviation airport, but it's just not going to have, all of the bells and whistles and the extras that would typically go for a general aviation airport that had, all the other services that are provided. So.
Thank you, Vince. Questions from council I know we had a session here a while ago, started that conversation, and to how we got to where we are today with this draft that we're looking at now, and it'll come to us here in the near future.
Issues, concern?
I don't see any.
The item 6 that I have kind of highlighted, we'll polish that up before I bring that back to 6. That's just going to be with the operation at the terminal area, access to it in so many ways, some of the security control provisions that we'll look into. So, but I think other than that, most of it we're pretty well comfortable recommending to move forward.
Very good.
The next item would be the proposed refuse collection and billing for multi-residential. Patrick, are you able to pull that up? So one of the things that Patrick and I had done, probably finished it up a few weeks ago, is, again, driving around town, making sure that we were accounting for all of the different units that would go along with the service with our new contract with Stevens Disposal. Thank you. So, but one of the things we want to kind of go through is talk a little bit about the different types of multi-residential units that you're going to have within neighborhoods, and that's really what's going to drive this conversation. So, this is just an example of a regular duplex. We'll go through a couple of these and then kind of backtrack, Here's
Yeah.
another one with, what, 2 units there?
Actually see, I sort of went around looking for a few of these. You can see how they're already storing the recycling container on the side. So wanted to show how that would be. Yeah, and I apologize. The photos were so large we had to do this in a PDF. So Michelle's probably gonna have to advance them. But yeah, and that's an example because I know one of the things that's going to come up is where people are storing their cans now that everyone's going to have a trash container and a recycling container. So I just kind of wanted to show that as an example for how some of these units are already putting those outside. No, I think there's
Another
one.
duplex.
And then
Now, this is a triplex here.
I can tell you where these are if you want to know, but these are intended to be representative.
Yeah, this one has 6 units. And so I know you got a couple more on there, and then we'll backtrack.
That's the side view of
that's the side view.
the same one. Yeah, that
Actually,
shows-
see 7 meters there.
Yeah, that was part of the exercise that the city manager and I went around and we evaluated. We'd evaluated them the first time in 2019, but we reevaluated the same, most of the same ones to say, are they still valid with the units we had determined? It was both for billing purposes, but now with the new contract with Stevens, it's becoming even more relevant because of can deployment.
So one of the things that we talked about, and it was actually a good staff discussion, and I think, initially I was thinking, well, if you got 7 units, guess what? You're going to have to pay for 7. That would probably lead to a lot of challenges, as the city attorney mentioned in our staff meeting one time. And so what I thought we might do is leave that discretion to the property owner. You would get one 96-gallon container. If you need more, you can have to pay, I think we were settling around $100 per year for that. So if you pull back up to the duplex, you may have some duplexes, and one of our employees, she actually mentioned, one 96-gallon container is enough for two residents in a duplex, potentially. You get to the other larger units, you might need 2 out of this triplex. And so, but by leaving it to the discretion of the property owner, they will determine, how many they need, and we will bill accordingly. So it's not rather than the city, mandating this is what it is. You tell us how many you want, and we'll bill you for it. Now, the other thing that goes along with it, and this is the control mechanism, there is not going to be any loose refuse pickup for any of these. Otherwise, they're going to get charged for it, for an extra pickup. I know that, we talked about potentially like Christmas, when you have a little bit more, you may be able to put some out. But this is a commercial operation. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And I don't think they should be getting the latitude that a residential unit would have for putting it out there. Because once it starts, you're not going to control it. Well, we're only going to need one, and yet we'll put a pile of junk out there for pickup. So that's really what, I think we should go is to, let the property owner determine how many 96-gallon units that they're going to need, and then that'll be the basis for the billing that would go along with it.
And the $100 was based on our starting rate of about 165, I think, with Stevens our first year, making an allowance for the fact that yard waste and recycling would come out of that. That we're not anticipating people are going to want more than one recycling container for each one of these, but that's how we came up with that number. We're not charging the full freight of what we're getting billed from Stevens.
Yeah, because there's only 1 yard, and so the yard component, even at $100, that's really a bargain, to be honest with you. Most of the cost is going to get tied up in the refuse collection. The yard waste is, I don't want to say incidental, but it's really not that significant in the total cost because again, bear in mind, there's months where they're not doing yard waste too. So,
right.
So at any rate.
So if I'm a resident in one of these multi-unit dwellings, and I want my own trash can or whatever, for whatever reason, I can come down and pay $100 for the year and get that, or does it have to go through the property owner?
Well, we hadn't really talked about that potential issue, but it seems like it would be a lot cleaner if it goes through the property owner. It's going to be difficult to track it, especially if you're a tenant and then you move out next month and we don't know about it, and then we're continuing to bill a tenant that's no longer there. We'd probably have to go against the property owner.
And I think that's really where it should go, because even like tonight, you've got public hearings regarding delinquent bills. I can assure you, we would hear the comment, well, that was the tenant that wanted it, not me. And so I prefer everything would run through the property owner so that we have a means of, if there's non-payment for the invoice, then at least we can collect it on the taxes, which I think we will have to amend our ordinance related to that so that it can be placed on the delinquent, as a delinquent tax roll.
'Cause I was thinking about blight issues as well. Um, in my precinct, there's a tenant who we blighted the property, but the owner threatened the tenants, all of them. But the tenant who called me to complain is complaining that the owner is complaining about baby diapers and things like that but she doesn't have any children. But the landlord is threatening everybody in the in the building because they got a blight ordinance, like really threatening them. But I took another route with that. But I think these are some issues that might come up, because what if if we live in the same dwelling but you're overflowing the one receptacle, and then we all get blamed for that. So I'm just thinking
That's-
out loud.
I think we know that will actually occur. And again, the rationale is that's the landlord's management of his tenants, to be honest with you. If you don't get enough receptacles and you have that circumstance, you're going to get billed for the cleanup. And again, it's going to force, I think, some landlords, hopefully, to manage their properties and their tenants responsibly. And yeah, it's going to happen. We know that it's going to be the case, but we view that as the responsibility of the landlord to handle those matters, not us. All we know is you're blighting it, and if you need more receptacles, we can bill you.
I mean, when you really look at the costs, I mean, you're talking about $8 a month per additional receptacle. I mean, that should be for a commercial, which, I mean, realistically, I know there are some people that don't have big, a lot of rental units, but I mean, it is essentially a revenue generating property. So I think that was where we were able to square this away philosophically, that's not really a significant charge. And if you do have two tenants and they're fighting about which one's overflowing it, and the landlord's going to have to pay the $8 a month to get a second can. So, and I think that we really did want to focus on making sure we didn't have the supplemental bags outside of the cans, because if we're going to this, I'll say cans, carts is really the proper term. If we're going to cart-only collection here, we really need to be focusing on the community appearance side of things. So there's no reason, these 96-gallon carts are huge, because it's, as we've talked about before too, it's more than just 96-gallon. A lot of these, they're 96-gallon plus whatever you can fit above the lid sometimes. I mean, and they're 50% larger than our current recycling carts. So
Telling me my grandsons won't be able to drag my cans anymore?
side of things, but there are days when mine's a struggle. So I think that's.
Any thoughts, questions? I'm
I
sorry.
have one question. With regard to the yard waste, is there going to be a limit to how many bags we can put out?
For the contract negotiation with Stevens, we agreed that there would not be a limit for what our contract states. However, as the city managers pointed out before, we have the ability to put in rules and regulations administratively if it becomes necessary. Stevens did initially want to limit those during peak times of the year, which of course then we said, well, that's the time when the residents need it the most. But typically we haven't really contemplated that yet. I don't want to say there's not a time when that can't come up, but if we're expecting residents to bag their leaves, we don't want to be too onerous on that. We know there are certain times of the year when the entire terrace is filled with bags, but that's usually a short window. So as of right now, we haven't contemplated that. Yeah. We haven't contemplated putting a limit on yard waste at this time. So, sure.
Two questions. One in relation to going through the landlords as the point of contact. I think on paper, it certainly makes sense. But I mean, we have delinquent billings on the agenda for this evening again, or at least the public hearings therein. It has been previously my understanding that disproportionately we get the most amount of issues from property owners that own property but live outside the city. Do we anticipate that those same property owners are going to be responsive to their tenants in all cases?
They'll probably be as responsive as they have been with other aspects of their rental operations.
That would be my anticipation as well.
Yes.
What do we do in that circumstance?
Well, you know, I think also to keep in mind, and I contemplated having said this in discussion with them, is at some point in time, this landlord subsidy of the broad general property owners here in Monroe needs to come to an end. The fact that they can just throw stuff out there willy-nilly and expect it to be collected. No, what we're not asking those the rental property owners to be any different than what we would expect of a single-family property owner. And there has been a phenomenal subsidy by the general taxpayers in this community for some of these rental units. And, you know, at some point in time, you know, how far do you carry it? $100 is not an unreasonable amount for refuse collection for.
And I'm not contesting that.
No. But we
it's
still
about the
have the
process that
challenge.
we have in place
Yeah,
to.
no.
Yeah.
I would add this too, that we're going to be deploying one cart per property.
Yeah.
And so they won't get a second cart until they pay for a second cart. So real quick, if they're not responsive, they're going to figure out either A, they're starting to get blighted for the bags that they have outside the second cart, or B, they're going to have to make arrangements to pay for the second, third, fourth carts, whatever needs be. So I don't want to say we're on the offense. That makes it sound more aggressive, but they have to play defense because they won't get the opportunity for that other cart unless they coordinate with us for it.
For the extra bag are going to fall down on the property owner anyway.
Pardon?
For the extra bags, for the loose bags,
Yeah.
are going to fall down on the property owner.
Absolutely.
So they're going to have to pay for it either way.
Exactly.
Okay, that leads me into my second question. We have an unlimited trash contract with Stevens, correct?
On paper, our contract says that they are not limited. That we can throw out anything and they have to pick it up. However, that's not our intention because of. I can go into more detail, but I'll let you finish your question.
So let me provide you with my understanding of what you guys just explained to us. For rental properties, they're not going to be able to put out loose bags without buying an additional container.
That would be the same as that's the same as non-rental properties as well.
Okay, and that's where I had the question is because now we're going from bin plus unlimited trash to it's just the bin. There is no unlimited trash anymore. I know that Councilman Lamore isn't here tonight, but he has asked in the past, what about that old lady down the street that puts out one bag and only wants to put out one bag and doesn't want to haul that big sucker up and down the driveway?
That was the challenge, and that's the thing that we're going to have to work through. However, Stevens has committed also because we do have a certain number of people that may live in second floor apartments. Now we're trying to get downtown between now and then on a total dumpster process where everyone's assigned a dumpster so that those second floor residential in downtown are not an issue. But I think we have some sporadic things here and there. There are disability issues that come with that too. And that's like you said, the little old lady. It's not necessarily just the elderly, it's the disabled that can't wheel the whole cart in there. So there will have to be exceptions to this policy, but those will be fewer and farther between, and we'll have to make arrangements to those. My staff's going to have to manage that.
Yeah.
So there's still going to be some administrative challenges with this. But if we're trying to go carts, we're trying to look at community appearance here. So that's part of the goals.
Absolutely.
I will say the unlimited pickup has been itself a challenge because we thought it was going to be a bit of a panacea 5 years ago because we were constantly running into the fourth and the fifth bag and people were putting out more stuff. What we've ended up with is the abuse of the systems where every single eviction seems to make it to a phone call in our department saying, well, your contract says unlimited, you got to pick it all up. It's never intended to be evictions or things like that, and our contract language is fuzzy but says that. Has to be generated weekly from the dwelling. But we've ended up with every single move out showing up on our terrace, and that we certainly can't have that continue. Now, we're certainly open to other options to get there, but that's the problem we're trying to address with this next contract. Unless City Manager has anything else to add, that was sort of my diatribe a bit.
Yeah, no, I think that the other thing that just to keep in mind, there are 64-gallon containers and 32-gallon containers, and if we very specifically went to the 96, but it could be one of those discussions where they may entertain, and they being Stevens, a smaller container if it's just for somebody that just has a small amount, or we don't want to make. We want everybody to get used to the 96, but if in the future there's something that's smaller, we can talk with Stevens about their openness to something, because they're still using the arms on the truck, the mechanical arms, which is really what they want to go to. So rather than get out and pick and throw into the dumpster there.
But we didn't want to give residents a choice of 32, 64, 96 because it becomes such a large subset, and you've got a lot of back and forth communication. Our deployment plan right now, which we're still finalizing, our deployment plan was that we would roll out a 96-gallon cart and a 96-gallon recycle cart to every property. We won't take any requests for additional ones for the first few weeks because we need to. A lot of people are going to think they need a second cart, and they really don't once they see how much these hold. So.
I want to be clear, now that we're going to the 96-gallon, so if I'm throwing out like bed frames or not an eviction, but just a normal individual did some spring cleaning, do we or do we not have bulk pickup anymore?
We do. We do. True bulk items, and there's always a little bit of, if I throw a table and 4 chairs, is that a bulk item or 5 bulk items? And the only change to the contract with respect to bulk is because we're a 4-day contract pickup, Stevens wanted to pick up all bulk materials on Fridays. So if you had a Monday pickup, the bulk item hopefully we're going to train people that you put it out on Friday, but it may sit there for a few days, the bulk item waiting for pickup. But yes, we will still have bulk items. We're working on the administrative rules as far as how many, because we have the same issue there too. If you're doing a quasi move out and you've got 10 items, they need to be able to properly plan so that they're not so far behind they don't finish that day. Okay. So yes, I apologize. We kind of glossed over that.
If we had like a bulk move out or something, can we still buy those little tickets, stickers we used to be able to buy for?
It wasn't really set up in the contract to do those anymore, so we don't have a mechanism. I mean, we could always negotiate that, but I think generally speaking, we hadn't contemplated that for this next one.
Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for Patrick? Andrew?
Yeah. As a follow-up regarding the bulk items, you're saying that you couldn't just wait till Friday and then put out the
Yeah,
loose
you can.
bags.
You
The
can.
loose bags then.
Bags on Friday?
Yeah.
We hadn't really.
I think the idea here is to separate what is a normal collection from bulk, and obviously some may do as you say, but we'll have to make sure that we're going to do this orderly. I think you want to do it in that fashion, but that's just my thought.
There's a clear. I'm sorry, the contract's very clear, and even our ordinance as to what's really a bulk item collection. And so just throwing loose bags and, stuff out there is not deemed to be, you're going to be putting tables, chairs, sofas, those type of things would be bulk pickup, maybe a washer, dryer, something like that. But those are determined to be bulk. But just if you're throwing garbage bags out on a Friday, that's not going to.
So those items would be found in violation, is my
Yes, they would.
Okay. So essentially in practice, and there's a follow-up to a blight question after this because I see that we have cans on the side of the house, which I understand previously was a violation of the blight ordinance. Now, potentially, we might have several cans along the side of a house. Do we just come to the understanding of, hey, there's nowhere else to put them, you got to put them somewhere, I get it?
That's the trade-off.
Gotcha.
If you're the city attorney, I'm not sure you want to convince the judge that your own can that you require has no other place. It's not a good situation.
Yeah.
We've been through that discussion. I'm sorry, but it's.
But in practice, we are going from an unlimited contract to a not unlimited contract. That's correct. Can I say I'm not altogether excited by that?
Well, if I may, it is a refuse contract, not a junk collection contract. Most residential property owners are going to be putting necessary domestic refuse out there. What we were experiencing was just people throwing junk out there because they knew they could. Heck, we knew somebody that was bringing their garbage into the city and charging somebody because they would pick it up. They had 2 or 3 clients. I mean, that's really what we have to get away from. It is a residential refuse service that's accommodating some of these multi-family units within these residential areas. We think this is the best that we can do to make sure it's collected, but also to maintain a quality appearance for our community, which we've heard many times people are frustrated with.
We're going to have more conversation. We have about 15 minutes. I have one item that we need to discuss before we depart, and I think we need a break in between before the 7:30 meeting. Kelly, you have a quick question or a comment?
Quickly, just a comment. In the good old days, the city used to periodically provide dumpsters throughout the year for neighborhoods to be able to get rid of. Maybe we should consider something like that.
I think we did that for special events or activities, but I'm trying to think if we did that for residential. It
I
must
think
go back a ways.
she's going back 20 years. I remember that early on in my career here, we were doing that. It was like, when's the dumpster coming to my neighborhood? And
So I'm sure we'll have more conversation. I do have one item before we go and before we have to close here. For the agenda, if on your council meeting agenda, it is under the consent agenda is item 3964, appointments to boards and commissions. That is for the pedestrian advisory commission, bicycle and pedestrian. There was the committee, I should say, has 5 members. 4 were pushed forward for tonight's agenda. Over the weekend, I was at an event, happened to run into a person that was considering that at one time, but had some challenges with time. As it turned out, that has changed for their ability to serve, and I said, well, there's still opportunity. So that's what the application that you have in front of you did not make it into the agenda. So I'm asking that the item 3964 be pulled from the consent agenda, be placed on the council action, and that we amend it so we can add the applicant's name onto the last vacant term. It is the 1-year term because as we start a committee, it's 3-year terms, which you have to start with 3 with 2, 2 with 3, 2 with 2, and 1 with 1. So the terms continue to be alternate years. So I'm asking that consideration for to be pulled and to amend that appointment item to include the application that's in front of you. Glad to have a conversation then, I guess. Just letting you know that, so I'm asking for the appointment on that item. We have about 13 minutes. Any last questions or comments for the city manager on an agenda item? I know if I had one, I want to make sure others get theirs addressed. There's no other comments from council. This is our work session, so it's time. I'll close the work session, and we come back at 7:30 for the regular council meeting for those that are here for council. And they do need to run upstairs to get something. I'll call the city council meeting to order. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine,
Here.
Lamore,
Excused.
Whitman, Steelgrave, Vining, Mayor
She's here
Clark.
and present. I'd ask we all please rise for the invocation. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Guide us in our deliberations and discussions this evening. May our efforts promote the good of the residents of this city and all who visit.
I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is the approval of the regular agenda.
Mr. Pastu, any adjustments to the regular agenda?
No amendments to the agenda, other than I think when you get to consent, you'll probably ask to move that to council action.
Sure, we'll do that on our consent when that
Yep.
comes forward to be pulled or asked for. Anything from council? With that, motion to approve the regular agenda.
Second.
Okay, there's a couple. A motion by Councilwoman Germain, supported by Councilwoman Viney to approve the regular agenda. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine? Felder? Whitman? Steelgrave? Vining? Mayor Clark.
Yes. The next item, please.
Next item is the consent agenda, and for approval of payments to vendors, the amount should read $1,513,769.31. 1513769.31.
Thank you. On the consent agenda, items on the consent agenda from council be pulled for further discussion. Councilman Felder.
I'd like to pull item number 3964.
Okay. Other items on the consent agenda that council wishes to have pulled for further discussion. Seeing none, any items on the consent agenda that those present here this evening wish to have pulled for further discussion? That's in the consent agenda. There's two items that remain. Oh, there's more if you count the bills too. Seeing none, motion would be in order regarding the consent agenda. Councilman Felder.
I'd like to make a motion that all items not pulled from the consent agenda for further discussion be accepted, placed on file, recommendations carried out, and resolutions adopted.
Motion by Councilman Felder, supported by Councilwoman Stillgrave, that items on the consent agenda not pulled for further discussion be accepted, placed on file, recommendations carried out, resolutions adopted. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine?
Yes.
Felder? Whitman? Steelgrave? Vining? Mayor Clark.
Yes. The item pulled will go to the council action.
It'll be the last item under council action.
And please.
The next item on the agenda is under presentations, communications, and public hearings. It's item 3982, mural installation at 1330 East First Street.
Mr. Pastu, I believe that's a communication or an update.
But I'll have Mr. Cochran talk a little bit about not only this mural, but also the kind of a broader perspective on murals in the community.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Mark Cochran, Director of Economic and Community Development. So this evening, I wanted to provide a brief recap on how we landed where we are right now with murals and public art in the city in light of our current and existing ordinances. So if you'll recall, it was actually a year ago tomorrow that I was standing at this podium with Woody Hoffer and Stephanie Kasperzak, who were proposing a murals program called Planting Seeds. In that program, what they had done was worked with some building owners who wanted to have murals painted on the side of their building. And so we had a lot of discussion leading up to that on how we can find a way to yes, given our existing sign ordinance. If you'll recall, our existing sign ordinance defines a mural sign as any sign that's painted directly on the building, and a sign is defined as any device, structure, fixture, or placard using graphic symbols or written copy for the primary purpose of identifying, providing direction, or advertising any establishment, product, good, or services. And so the way that we found our way to yes with this discussion was allowing murals to proceed as long as they were treated as public art and did not meet the category or the definition of a sign. And so last year, with City Council's blessing following that work session, where we got a lot of good feedback from City Council, we moved forward with a license agreement with 4 different properties. One was the Opportunity Center, Orchard High School, Tiffany's Pizza, Monroe Beer Cooler. What we asked with last year's mural program was that they weren't in the historic district due to some uncertainty as to how we treated historic buildings and applying murals directly on historic buildings. And so what we did with City Council's approval was we obtained a license agreement on the wall on which the mural was painted. That license agreement gave the city interest, formal legal interest in the wall where the mural was applied, with some certain criteria and requirements for the city, as well as the property owner. One, the city was given the chance to review the artist portfolio to look at the style for review and approval with the building owner. There were maintenance and mitigation requirements if the mural was not in a state of repair or started to deteriorate. There were requirements for the building owner that they have to paint it over, remove it. And the city granted with the license agreement, a commitment of $400 to help cover the cost of that removal. The term was for 5 years, with an automatic renewal for an additional 5 years. And then again, at the end of that agreement, unless agreed upon by the city and the owner, the mural had to be removed. They were very successful in raising funds last year for this initiative. The Community Foundation, DTE, Lazy Boy, and other companies gave toward the Planting Seeds initiative, and then the building owners also contributed toward the cost of the mural. Over the past year, we've been working on an update to the sign ordinance, and so we've had a lot of discussion about how to treat murals and public art in the sign ordinance. The direction that we're going is to still prohibit mural signs. That is the definition of a sign painted on a building. And we're looking at adopting or developing a new ordinance for City Council to consider regarding public art and murals altogether that don't meet the definition of a sign. And so this year, Woody and the Planting Seeds Initiative is working with about 6 or 7 different building owners and property owners, one of them being the city. As you saw with your agenda packet tonight, the property that we wanted to run past City Council tonight is the Monroe Community Ambulance Building that's on East First Street. It's the old fire station that the city still owns. Woody has identified an artist, and you'll see a rendering in the packet tonight of some of the other work that they've done and what they're proposing. And so this year, some of the modifications to the program are still going to require a license agreement from all the property owners. All of them are in agreement. They've seen the document, no issues, fine with the requirements. And the second mural that's going up, that's in the planning stages right now, is Fedco. They're located, if you're unaware, in the industrial park, and they own quite a bit of frontage along I-75, and they're proposing to paint a mural on the entire side, rear of their building along I-75, which would be a very eye-catching detail as you're coming into Monroe, and really breaks up that corridor of I-75. One of the things that we've looked at as well, because a couple of the buildings that are proposed for murals this year are within the historic district. And so we've looked at, if you're unfamiliar, the Historic District Commission in the city has to review any modifications proposed to a building against the Secretary of Interior standards for preservation. The standards do not recommend applying paint or any other coating to a masonry that has not been historically unpainted or uncoated. But they do recommend, if the building has already been painted, repainting the masonry features with colors that are appropriate to the business or the building and the district. And so the parameters and the structure that we're working with this year is, if the building has never been painted, we're not going to allow a mural to be painted on it. If the building has been painted, then we're going to treat a mural installation as a temporary fixture. meaning we're, after the license agreement and the review process, you'll if we grant permission for the mural to be painted, at the end of that 5-year term, the building must be repainted to match one of the historic colors that are in our historic color pattern with the HDC. We've looked at what other communities across the countries do that have historic districts, and this is what they tend to do in the best practice that we've seen. So we're still following the Secretary of Interior standards and don't jeopardize our historic district in the listing on the National Registry. So with all of this, we are putting together a new ordinance, as I mentioned, related to murals that puts together the program, the process, the procedures, and the guidelines that we're going to be bringing back to City Council, probably in conjunction with the new sign ordinance adoption.
Thank you, Mark. I'll see if there's any questions from council. Any questions for Mr. Cochran? Andrew, I'm sorry, Councilman Felder.
There, murals, by this definition, are the ones painted directly on the facade of a building.
So one of the things that we've looked at, if in the Historic District Commission, if the building has not been painted historically, it doesn't disqualify you from having a mural. It just can't be painted on the building. So we've had some discussions with one downtown property owner that it may be painted on something else and then affixed to it. So it can be removed, but it doesn't deteriorate the condition of the brick or anything.
And that's exactly where this line of questioning was going. And would that still qualify then as a mural under the policy, or would it qualify as a sign? Because I know there's commercial prohibitions regarding the language of the ordinance, at least is how it reads now.
So as long as it doesn't meet the definition of a sign that's being painted on the building, we would tend to treat it more as art and public art rather than a sign. So those are individual conversations to have, and that's why seeing the artist portfolio, getting the idea through planting seeds is really the route that we're trying to encourage people to go, so that we can give that sort of consultation and avoid the traps and the pitfalls. We're also, with the public art ordinance, we're trying not to limit it just to murals, because we also, last year when I was rewatching my presentation this morning, we talked about sculptures and other means of public art that aren't necessarily painted on a building, and including that as part of the program and registry as well.
Gotcha. Now, I know that we're going to have a sign ordinance draft come before us soon. I'm very happy to hear that. I know when you guys have been working on that for a while now. I'm sure you're aware, I've been contacted, I'm sure many of my colleagues have been contacted about people wanting to do murals elsewhere in the city, perhaps not through this program. Right now, with the pilot project that we did last year, those were the first murals that we did within the city, and right now, the only way to get a mural done in the city is to go through this program until we get the revised ordinance through. Is that my understanding?
I would say they don't necessarily have to go through planting seeds. It's a great resource because they know a lot of artists and they can connect business owners to artists if they don't necessarily want to be part of the Planting Seeds initiative. But we would ask anybody who's wanting to do a mural to follow the same procedure on the city side, with just talking to us, having the license agreement, things of that sort, because it really fares well for the business or the building owner as well if they do the license agreement, because we're helping to defray the cost of making that commitment if it deteriorates in condition when the time comes after the 5 or 10 years.
Right. And the funding for planting seeds comes through MCOP from a special grant?
Yeah, they've been doing fundraising. Woody is primarily the one who's working on it. MCOP acts as the nonprofit fiduciary that the donors can donate to.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Cochran?
Any feedback on the proposed mural at the Monroe Community Ambulance? That artist does want to start in April with their timing. So
I'm glad you brought that back up. So I was by the building today, and what part of the building is he looking at?
it's looking to be the eastern portion of the building. So you would see this as you're coming off 75 into the city.
Last year, when you brought this before us, we asked to be a bit more involved, such as seeing the art or learning about the artist ahead of time. One suggestion that I gave Woody and Stephanie last year was maybe talking with the neighbors a little bit. Of course, I don't want to take anybody's artistic license away or whatever, but we didn't really get to see anything until it was presented. So I still ask again that we as the council be able to kind of go along through the process without intruding on planting seeds. But since we are a partner,
Do is with the license agreements, we don't need one in this case because it's our building, so we don't have to give ourselves an agreement. But for the future ones, we can bring them back to city council for your input
appreciate that.
before approved.
I'm just, oh, I'm sorry.
That is not in the historic district. Yep. If it's on a property that's listed or contributing toward a National Registry of Historic Places district, then we have to follow the secretary standards.
If I may, Your Honor, I just the comment is, I'm not sure council, I mean, getting involved with the art decisions is never, I've seen it blow up a few times. And I just caution council, if you want to start getting into that realm. I mean, there's stuff that I think part of it with, with Woody and the committee there that they vet this. But at the same time, I think sometimes politically you can find yourself in a difficult spot trying to approve of different types of art. And so I've always tried to keep it separate from council in the past.
So maybe, and Councilman, for a second, maybe this will help. So there's a process currently. They found, I'm thinking of last year, they found artists that had skill and expertise in doing murals. I mean, we have many great painters within our community who recognize that, but I can't think of those that are going to be up on ladders and stuff and doing that type of mural painting. It is a different medium. It may be still art. So when that came through the I'll say planting seeds, was there a review by the group, the committee? Just maybe that will help.
Yeah, so when a building owner expresses interest that they want a mural installed on the side of their building, Woody meets with them and hears, well, what is the idea? What sort of themes do you have in mind that you want on the side of your building? What's the style? Things of that sort. And I don't know where he finds all these artists, but he thinks about the concept and then what is an artist that they can match to. And then as part of the license agreement, they provide to the city a portfolio of the artist's work, not always a rendering of what exactly the mural is going to be, but a style and the thought. And with us having a license interest on the building, we have some say into what goes in there. Today we were just having a discussion. This happens to be at a city park, a project that I talked to Woody about. And he said, well, I know these artists, what are you kind of going toward? And I steered him toward a local artist for that particular project. And then they're going to bring a concept back to us. So it's a group of us along with the building owner. I like the idea of doing some neighbor outreach, especially if we're moving into a neighborhood like the Monroe Community Ambulances. The beer cooler and some of the other properties that we did last year have been more commercial, surrounded by commercial businesses who were involved in the discussion as well. And I know they talk to the surrounding businesses, but for residential, we can be more cognizant of that, I think.
Very good. Councilman Vining, go ahead now, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. I wasn't talking about taking any artistic license, like what color or what you're going to paint. But like Orchard, it's a building, but it's right in the neighborhood. But I was just saying, like how you receive packets to show the artist's work and how you put it in the agenda packet. That's what I mean. Not that we put any political interest behind the art or anything like that. Just more or some level of contact, even if it's just to say, hey, if you have any questions, you can call Woody at, whatever. So that's more what I meant. Certainly not that we pick the artist or what goes up. I know Woody has a lot of contacts and, we trust him to do that. So that's what I meant. Just, I guess, being kept up to date a little bit better about the process, not the actual artist renderings.
So in today's item before us, there was a couple of examples of the work from the person. That's what you're, just as we did in this one, you're looking in what that portfolio might be coming from. I
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Other questions from our council? Okay.
Thank
Mark,
you.
anything further?
Nope, not this evening
Very good,
on
thanks.
this item.
So as we said, this was kind of a update and a communication. We're under presentations, communications, and public hearings, so there's no action on this at this time, at least at this point. So Clerk Lavoie, next item.
The next item is item 3977, public hearing to receive and review comments on the special assessment roll for the expenses of unpaid weed and grass cutting fees where the owners have failed to pay for the same. And we have no comments on file in the clerk treasurer's office.
Thank you. Before I open the public hearing, in case there's those that wish to speak to any of the items, there's multiple items. This is the time of year they always come forward because we try to resolve those as we get into the budget and finalization of that. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 4 or 5 of them. So this first one is regarding delinquent weed and grass cutting invoice public hearing. And so we ask that when you do that, we have a public hearing, we open it, see if there's any comments from those present here this evening. We just ask you to be mindful of the kind of the rules of the chambers is 3 minutes. And so if you have something that you wish to say on any of these particular items, please come forward and say what it is. But first, so the first public hearing, I'll open the public hearing regarding delinquent weed and grass cutting invoices that were received this public hearing. Any comments from those present here this evening? Yes, sir. Please come forward and we ask also you provide your name and your residence of either your address or jurisdiction of residence where you reside.
Honorable members of the council, my name is Anthony Skinner. I represent Ann Freeman. She's my mother. 1304 East 2nd Street, East 1st Street, sorry. And I actually currently reside in Kentucky. And so we, of course, received a bill that she's going to dispute. But I just want to understand a little bit about what's going on here in the city. We've lived in this city, my wife, Yvonne Skinner, and grew up in this city. And it just seems like everything that we're trying to do, we're trying to really bring some level of understanding as to why it is the city seems to overcharge or just, like even on the building. Right now it's, again, on the demolition list, and we already had that case, but I'm not talking about that. I just want you guys to know, the problem is that we see is that the city has sort of forgotten the legacy of Bishop Milton Jackson. There's an article in the Toledo Blade that actually was from 2003. I'm just going to read an excerpt from it because I really want you guys to really just work with us. We want to work with the city. We want to see beautiful things in the city. We want to see, I was looking at the brochure about the things that you guys are doing on the east side. But definitely we want you to also understand that we want to be a part of that legacy, a part of what the city is doing, not just be sidelined. For us, it seems like the east side, everything has just been thrown aside. And for some of you, you may or may not know that, but I'm just going to read this really quickly. I'm not going to be long. Monroe. The Reverend Milton L. Jackson, 52, a minister who counseled children and teens in the city of Orchard East neighborhood, died of a brain aneurysm Friday, which this was in 2003. Mr. Jackson established what came to be known as New Faith Temple on East 2nd Street in what was once the Regal Hall. He was always reaching out to the community. His daughter, Yvonne Skinner, which is my wife, said our house was never empty. We were always sharing our dad. Besides being the father of his own children, he adopted several children and sometimes large people left homeless temporarily from a variety of circumstances. Mr. Jackson organized camping trips to parks for children and weekend birthday parties at area hotels. He also defeated an effort by the city in 1999 to tear down the same building we're talking about, the original building used as the church. Christine Vining, an Orchard East resident, said Mr. Jackson preached the word of God on street corners and visited area homes to minister to the sick. He considered families after the death of a loved one. And I'm just, again, just to read that. The reason why I'm saying this, I feel like the city's lost touch with who you represent. And I'm just saying, you represent the people. And we want to revitalize that section. We're not looking at trying to create blight. We want to revitalize. We paid a cleaning service. And if you don't mind, I'm just going to show the pictures because my wife is
Hold
going
on
to.
a second. 'Cause
Sure.
Is this about grass cutting?
It is about
Could you get to
blight.
what that item is? Did you receive the notice? Did you not? I appreciate
Yes,
the
we did.
information, but we need to, there's others that are here as well.
Oh,
that might have-
yes. So
there's-
I'm done. I'm really just wanted to kind of introduce that. My mother's going to talk more specifically on that. I'm going to set up the pictures for her really quickly, if you don't mind.
Well, is it about the grass and mowing, cutting
It
at the
is.
time in which it was done?
Yes.
Okay. So, yes, please go ahead. Well, okay, we have to manage the meeting, so please let us know what it is that you either are disputing with the grass cutting when it was done.
Pastor Ann Freeman, Jackson Freeman, a former resident. My husband has been deceased for about 20 years now. I have kept up the taxes. I paid hundreds of dollars to have someone to come weekly or every week to keep the grass cut. I received a call from the city and said they were thinking about it or whatever. And I gave him a certain date. The date that they come to cut the grass, they got there before my workers got there. Then I received a bill for it's a small portion right there by the alley. Tigers was there, they were still there when they supposed to be finished cutting. They charged $308 for that. Then coming down the alley, they charged $575.80, which was extreme. Just to, take maybe a riding lawnmower or something down the alley. And my concern is, what happened to my tax monies? I've never known us to have to cut the grass outside of the gate of our property. Because our property has a gate that cuts off our area from the alley. And now I get a $800 bill for something where they probably took.
Do you have invoices that you received from the city?
Yes, I
Could you
do.
provide the date on those, please, so we can get to find what this is about and when it was? No, you just, right there, just let us know. I want to know the date.
Your Honor, I think I'm familiar somewhat with this issue from probably last summer sometime. I had some recollection of hearing about it. So I think, I'm not sure if it's on the high grass. It may be on the blight.
I believe I've located it on the blight.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Talking about grass cutting. Okay, I'm going to go back to where I
Sorry.
started. That's okay. So it's for everybody's benefit here. This is delinquent weeds and grass cutting. The next one will be delinquent blight invoices. Next will be delinquent snow removal, then delinquent rental, housing inspections, and delinquent demolition. So you're speaking about something that's not grass. That's why I couldn't find. I'm looking at the sheet and I don't see anything
Gotcha.
that you're talking about. I understand. So if you can,
On the blight, on more.
yeah.
When is that one?
Next.
Oh,
So
okay.
if we can finish this one, the public hearing. 'cause
Sorry about
We're
that.
trying
They
to
have
keep
blight
order
and
in.
cutting weeds.
Okay. But you found, Clerk, you found it on the blight
So there's
list.
two entries for the last name Freeman. One is $575.80, and one for $308.00. And 7 cents, and then that's about rough over $800. So I assumed that was it.
That's got to be it. Okay. well, so we'll get to that next, okay? And we'll start over. So we're gonna continue with the grass and weed and grass cutting public hearing. 'Cause otherwise, this becomes orderly for the clerk and our minutes and how we know what we're
Gotcha.
voting. So if you give us a minute, we'll come back to you.
Sure. And can we get it up on the screen?
If they would just give me a contact number, I'll follow up on it. So, even when you get to the next public hearing,
Okay.
I'm vaguely familiar with this from last summer, so if you don't mind, just leave me a name and contact.
So what we'll do, I'll explain that as we get out of this public hearing, just to be orderly. And then as we get into the blight one, we'll start that hearing, make a comment and how you can have a conversation to hopefully rectify this, okay?
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
So we'll continue that we're under the public hearing regarding delinquent weed and grass cutting. Are there any comments or any public comments from those present here this evening regarding this item? There's no public comment? Yep.
When we have an opportunity as council, I got a phone call from a resident.
They should have sent that to the clerk if it's about grass and weeds for the public hearings, but yes, we will. Is it weeds in a particular
It's
area?
on the grass, delinquent weed and grass cutting.
Do you know the,
Davis, 220 West Third Street,
Is it Pamela?
Pamela Davis.
Okay, I see that on mowing, yes.
So I received a phone call that they've been speaking with someone at the city by the name of John. I think it might be our blight officer. I might have gotten the name wrong. Somebody in blight and who does blight. And they were contesting the bill. They had to go to work tonight, so they asked me to bring it up and see if it could be pulled and if they could be further contacted. I don't know.
so I don't know what they're contesting, but I'm looking at Mr. Pastu and
Well,
Mr.
they're
Buds.
disputing. They are disputing that the grass wasn't. That the grass was overgrown. Or not disputing that the grass was overgrown, but stating that it had rained for 3 straight days and the city came before their grass cutting person could come back and cut the grass, and they don't think they should have to pay for that. So I told them that I would bring it up at the public hearing. Pamela Davis on West 3rd Street. And I apologize, I can't remember exactly who she said she spoke with.
It's on page 2 of the list, on the mowing list.
There it is, okay.
And so they asked if they could be contacted for further conversation about that before.
If you have a phone number, I'll call.
Thank you.
Okay. Other comments during the public hearing? On grass and weeds, we're still there. Okay, they're seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Next item, Clerk Treasurer Leroy.
So the next item is item 3978. Public hearing to receive and review comments on the special assessment roll for the expenses of unpaid blight fees where the owners have failed to pay for the same. There are no comments on file in the clerk treasurer's office.
Thank you. So just so we're back on track, this is the next of the several here. This is related to blight invoices. I'm just going to give, just as the volume that's here, we had 199 invoices of grass and weeds that it comes forward here because either they weren't paid or there was other circumstances. So this evening, there's at least 22 that are listed on the blight ordinance. We started a conversation. So at this time, I'm going to open the public hearing on item 3978, the delinquent blight invoice public hearing. And I'll start by Pastor Freeman. I know that you had a comment, so Mr. Pastu, and here's how, just so everybody's aware, when these come forward, and council doesn't have the authority just to eliminate or waive fees. That's not within the jurisdiction of the city council by our charter. But if there's circumstances that are present or are presented that need further consideration, we refer that to the city manager to look at. Maybe it's, as we heard from Councilwoman Vining, that it was, sometimes they say it's not long enough. We have a process of photographing to make sure we do the work. If there's circumstances of emergencies and that, we talk about those. But it's not the council's authority to step in and kind of waive fees. It's not permitted. But when we have circumstances, as Pastor Freeman is discussing, Mr. Pastu has familiarity with that. So I think what he is asking is, on your example, is that make sure that you provide him the information so you can have a discussion with the city manager and to see if there's a resolution that can be resolved through the administration. Does that make sense for yourselves and others? So the action we take today is moving forward on those that are there to be, there's no, that being contested. But when they are contested, if there's reasons for consideration, we have to refer those to the administration to, check your dates, check our dates, check the photos, check all these things that we do, and then we leave it to the administration to resolve. I hope that's helpful to everybody. So, Pastor Freeman, I know we're in the public hearing now. Mr. Pastu, I guess your thoughts?
I think I'm, as I said, somewhat familiar with the circumstance there, and if you just could give me a phone number and a contact person, I will follow up on the contact, so.
Yes, please come forward.
I can give him, I'm Ann Freeman, I'm Pastor Freeman.
Yeah.
I can give him the information, and I do have the information. I also have evidence where I had sent cleaners out after they supposed to have cut and moved the blight and stuff like that on the other side of our property, there in the alley. Tires and stuff was still left out. And then at one time they was charging $100. And I told them I pay somebody, let the city stay off the property. I have receipts where I have sent money orders, paid taxes down through the years. And then this time, I know they want want the Apostolic House of Prayer torn down and things like that. And just for a small piece of land, probably no longer than this by the alley, they're charging $300. And the tires and the blight was still there. And then on the alley, that's on the other side of our fence, he's charging $500. I don't expect this to be put on my taxes. I don't expect to have to pay for something that was not done. And I had talked to the guy, I don't remember exactly who it was. I told him I have someone out there. So they get there early, cut it in half, do the job, and then charge me $800 and some. That is not right. And then looking at the demolition of the house, we don't have that kind of money. I want the council to consider the disparity of the Black community. Don't just, okay, well, we barges coming in and millions of dollars, that was on the news today. It's like, okay, thank God, more money, more people coming into Monroe or whatever. So if our place is demolished, we can provide housing for the new employees, and employees that's no doubt is going to come to the city. Because the news is talking about, what, $9 million or something like that for the barge that's going to be built here in Monroe. This is where my children was raised up at. This is where my husband and I gave our life. And then after my husband passed, very briefly, thinking that my nephew had the competency, but evidently too much was given to him at a young age. Painted the old theater purple, and the next thing I know, when I come through, there's no evidence of the theater. This was a historical building. So I do trust that the council will consider the disparity of the Blacks and not put high prices on work that really isn't done. And $40-some thousand or $30-some thousand to tear down the place. My husband
Pastor Freeman,
Yes, sir.
I know the circumstances regarding the facility and the order for demolition. That's a separate item here.
Exactly.
I understand you have photographs that you'd like to present to the city manager. And so please make sure you contact Mr. Pastu, provide a number in which you both can sit in, or your representative can sit with them. Look at what we have as far as when our workers were there and make those comparisons and see what we can resolve for your issue regarding the blight in the buildings that you received. I mean, these, if I look correctly here, and they go back to September of last year.
September the 21st.
That's correct. So, we didn't have it resolved in that time frame since then, so you're here this evening, and I'm giving you the opportunity to meet with Mr. Pastu to see if you can find resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other comments regarding the delinquent, delinquent blight invoices. Any other comments in the public hearing regarding delinquent blight invoices? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is item 3979, public hearing to receive and review comments on the special assessment roll for the expenses of unpaid snow removal fees where the owners have failed to pay for the same. There are no comments on file in the clerk's office.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open the public hearing regarding delinquent snow removal invoices. Any comments from those present here this evening regarding the delinquent snow removal invoices? I believe there were 5. Seeing no comments, I'll close the public hearing. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is item 3980, public hearing to receive and review comments on the special assessment roll for the expenses of unpaid rental housing inspection fees where the owners have failed to pay for the same. And there are no comments on file in the clerk treasurer's office.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on item 3980, delinquent rental housing inspection invoices. Any comments this evening regarding delinquent rental housing inspections? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is item 3981, public hearing to receive and review comments on the special assessment roll for the expenses of unpaid demolition fees where the owners have failed to pay for the same. There are no comments on file in the clerk treasurer's office.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on item 3981. It's a delinquent demolition invoice public hearing. Any comments this evening regarding this public hearing on demolition invoice? Only one. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is item 3946, public hearing, Scott Street PUD standards. Public hearing to receive and review comments on the Scott Street Planned Unit Development Standards. And there are no comments on file in the clerk's office.
Thank you. Mr. Pastu, any opening comments? I know this has been through different board commissions, I should say, but it's a public hearing to hear comments on the Scott Street Planned Unit Development Standard. Otherwise, I'll just start.
We've actually, I think notice has been provided on 2 occasions related to the Citizens Planning Commission for this. If council wishes, Mr. Cochran could give a brief overview of it, but it sets the standards for the essentially 2.2 acre area, bounded by East First, Scott, Humphreys, and Wadsworth.
So maybe we'll take the comments if there's any here this evening, and then if there's a questions or review that's needed for council from Mr. Cochran, council can ask. Okay. At this time, I'll open the public hearing on item 3946. It's a public hearing for Scott Street PUD standards, planned unit development. Any comments this evening from those present regarding this public hearing? And if there are, just please state your name and either address or jurisdiction of residence. Any comments during the public hearing at this time? The Scott Street planned unit development. It is a council action item later. If there's no public comment regarding this, I'll close the public hearing. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item is under council action. It's item 3947. Approval of Scott Street PUD design standards.
Mr. Pastu, if you would.
Again, Your Honor, just before council, we've, with the 3 public hearings associated with it, are requesting council to consider approval of the PUD standards for the Scott Street development.
I'm going to make a comment before there's a motion. So I want to make sure everybody understood the public hearing was an opportunity to provide your thoughts, inputs regarding the planned unit development. I want to make sure nobody missed that opportunity, not knowing that's when it should have been provided. And I look around and I see that there's some that have attended the planning commission here, and some may have some thoughts. So now it's under council action. The council could take a motion in a second and vote on it. And I want to make sure, while it's not a public hearing time, we have this action item before the council. I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity if they had something they wish to say regarding this plan unit development. Very well. I'll ask council, is there any comments or questions regarding this or any additional information needed from what was presented and discussed previously? Seeing none, it is an action item, so it's up for a motion and a vote. Councilwoman Jermaine?
I'll make a motion. Item 3947, make a motion for approval of Scott Street PUD design standards. Move to approve the proposed Scott Street Plan Unit Development Preliminary Plan and Design Standards.
There's a motion by Councilwoman Jermaine, supported by Councilwoman Stelgrave on item 3947, the approval of Scott Street PUD design standards. Comments from council? Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Jermaine?
Yes.
Felder? Yes. Whitman?
Yes.
Steelgrave?
Yes.
Vining?
Yes.
And Mayor Clark.
Yes. Clerk, next item, please.
The next item, also under council action, is item 3973, consideration to recommend social district approvals.
Mr. Cochran has already started to the podium.
Good evening again. So as council is aware, recently City Council adopted and created the social district in downtown, which allows certain participating businesses to dispense alcoholic beverages within certain parameters to be enjoyed, while the ability to walk about the social district. I won't go into the full background on the social district, but part of the process is any business that has a liquor license established that wants to be able to participate and sell to patrons to enjoy in the social district must apply to the state of Michigan, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, for a social district license that gets added to their state liquor license. The first step in that process is they have to apply to the city for our city council approval before they can apply to the state. And so tonight, we've got 2 businesses who submitted an application. The application is online. The businesses have to submit proof that they have a liquor license, number 1, proof of liability insurance that's been provided by both of these applicants, and then their plans. I will say with one of these applicants, Amaya's, they would like to add a cafe and outdoor patio with their business. And so now that we know that, there is a process that we have in the Central Business District to get one of those permits, and so we'll be working them through that process as well. But so tonight, these applications do go before the Public Safety Department, the Planning Department, the Building Department for review. All 3 of the departments are recommending City Council approve these 2 applications so they can then turn around and apply to the state for their license.
Any questions for Mr. Cochran? I know we had this at a work session a while ago as well. Councilwoman Stelgrave, please.
Lorette Devin. And that's the Michigan Beer and Wine Portal. So their liquor license is actually in Lorette Devin, even though their DBA is the Michigan Beer and Wine Portal.
Former Masonic Temple.
former Masonic Temple. And I do know we've got a couple other applications that are coming in as well that will probably be on your next agenda.
Other questions for Mr. Cochran? If not, this is a council action item, so motion would be in order. Okay. Councilwoman Stilgrave? Yeah.
Move to approve the social district permit applications by Lorette Duvin LLC and Amaya's Food and Beverage LLC.
Motion by Councilwoman Stilgrave, supported by Councilwoman Germaine on item 3973, the consideration to recommend social district approvals. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine?
Yes.
Felder?
Yes.
Whitman? Steelgrave?
Yes.
Vining?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes. Next item, please.
The next item is item 3976, budget ordinance fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024.
Past due, I know we had this at our work session as an introductory, but if there's any comments as we set the public hearing and second reading.
Nope, just requesting first reading and setting the public hearing for 2 weeks from tonight on April 17th.
So those of you that may have interest in the city's budget, we are obligated by the approved budget by the end of April. So we had a work session prior to this. It is available through Impact or YouTube if you wish to watch that presentation and discussion if you missed it. As what we're doing tonight is making the preparations for the next meeting for further discussion and opportunity for comments, but also opportunities for council input as well. So with that, on item 3976, council action, a motion be in order.
And I'll make a motion. Move that ordinance number,
Yep.
ordinance number 23-001, the budget ordinance be placed on the floor for its first reading, and that the public hearing and second reading be scheduled for the regular city council meeting on April 17th, 2023.
Motion by Councilwoman Germaine, supported by Councilwoman Stilgrave on item 3976, the budget ordinance fiscal year ending June 30, 2024, and to set the first reading here this evening and the second reading public hearing be scheduled for the date stated. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine?
Yes.
Felder?
Yes.
Whitman?
Yes.
Steelgrave?
Yes.
Vining?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Ordinance 23-001, Budget Appropriations Act, July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2024. An ordinance to approve the budget for the city of Monroe for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2024.
Thank you. Next item, please.
The next item was on the consent agenda and it was pulled. It's item 3964, appointments to boards and commissions.
Thank you. So this item was on with the idea that regarding our board and commission, our Councilman Feller, I know you pulled the item. We talked about it at the work session. There's 5 members of this committee. I said commission, I'm sorry, committee. And the additional application was received over the weekend, and that's why I asked to have it pulled. So that name, and my recommendation is to approve the 4 that were on the list, but also to amend to approve the 5th member. Councilman Feller, any thoughts or concerns?
Yes, I'd just like to make an amendment that Kathy Stringham be added to the 4 members already present on the recommendation.
And
the
that is for the
appointments.
1-year term.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's a motion by Councilman Feller, supported by Councilwoman Stilgrave. I guess I would make sure the motion is for appointing all members that were present on the list. Is
Yeah,
that-
we'll go ahead and do that too.
Okay. So it's the amendment is to not only approve the recommendations of the 4, but also to add the 5th member as recommended. Thank you. So there's a motion and a second. If there's no further comments, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaine?
Yes.
Yes.
Whitman?
Yes.
Steelgrave?
Yes.
Vining?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes. Next item, please.
I have no further items this evening, Your Honor.
Very good. And it is April, so it's the 4th month. Councilwoman Germaine gets to start.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone that were awarded the Everyday Heroes Award. with the United Way. It was a wonderful event and dinner last Wednesday. Secondly, I was honored to be part of a tour, as several of the people up here were as well, to be on one of my buses at Lake Erie Transit with the governor touring our port. And it truly is a blessing for us to have this port, and the growth that the city and county will gain from the port is astronomical. And that's all I want to say. Oh, and happy Easter. Enjoy your families. Thank you.
Councilman Felder?
No comments this evening, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Whitman, comments this evening?
The only comment I have is have a safe and wonderful holiday weekend. Happy Easter to everyone, and don't forget what it's really all about.
Thank you. Councilwoman Stelgrave?
Just want to wish everybody a happy Easter.
Very good. Councilwoman Vining?
Yes, we were talking about PUDs tonight, plan unit development. And so I had a question. Anybody can answer it for me, who knows. How would a person or organization go about requesting to have a PUD? Can somebody explain to have a PUD set up in a certain area? Can someone explain that to me? Like, how do I start from step one? Thank you,
Mr.
Mark.
Cochran is here.
Yeah. On the city's website, under planning and zoning, there's a link for applications. And I can email this to you if you'd like. But the first step is you have to request an area to be rezoned as PUD.
Okay.
And the zoning ordinance lays out the entire process. I can send you that document as well in that chapter. The first step is the rezoning before the planning commission. The next step is the planning commission or the city council has to approve that. And then after that, the applicant has to provide a PUD plan, a site plan, a conceptual site plan,
Yes.
as well as develop the standards for the planned unit development. And then just like tonight, those go before the planning commission for a public hearing. And then the planning commission makes a recommendation to city council, and then city council has a public hearing and then makes a decision on the approval. Sorry, after that is approved, then the applicant still has to submit a final site plan. So the first is a conceptual site plan, what the concept is of what you want to do. And then before anything can be built and permits are issued, a final site plan has to be turned in that gets approved by the planning commission and the city council as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I just want to talk about the 3-minute rule. And I know there's points of order in public meetings and that meetings need to be managed. But I've noticed a few times that during the citizens' 3 minutes, we'll respond back within that time frame. That takes away from that very small window that a citizen has to present what they're trying to present. It's only 3 minutes, and I don't think we, as the council, should take up too much of their 3 minutes because it's such a short time. When you get to talking, that 3 minutes goes by so fast. So I just wanted to caution this board that we don't cut the citizens off. And I'm saying that we're understanding that we do have some procedures and management that we need to go through, but I've noticed it a few times, and so I wanted to speak on that. And that's all the comments I have for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a few comments, but I'll start with that first because I try to manage the time, and I do that by my phone, and I keep the time. So I don't go there this evening. It was well over the 3 minutes because it was more conversational. The first gentleman was well over the 3 minutes, and we try to manage it because we don't know how many, and I think it's how we have to manage our business meeting. And then, of course, allowed the second person to speak, and then we realized we were in the wrong public hearing. That's just tonight's example. I like to think that I'm fair, and I like to think that I provide adequate and more than adequate time, because many times people go beyond their 3 minutes. I try to remind them that we're at 3 minutes. And I've asked them to kind of, meeting ago or two, to also to make final comment, but then it continues in not a what was discontinued, and there's other people that were going to speak. And so I asked, if there's a final comment, make it. So I usually get, I think I give great latitude, and I guess I'll go back and maybe watch some meetings if there's a question or a particular item that is of concern. But I think it's important that we, manage our public meetings and our business meeting that it is. So I'll just start with that. So there's other items that I want to bring up that I think are just activities, as was stated here. The yard waste collection, I know we had stuff talked about earlier today within the work session, but the yard waste collection resumes this week for those that have been inquiring. I know I've received a couple of inquiries. Just an opportunity for the public to have input with the DNR Sterling State Park. I know it's not in the city, but I also know that there's many people here that use the park, and then whether they're going out by trail. There's a public survey on their website that's currently is open through April 21st. So if you want to have input regarding the Sterling State Park and their development, there's an opportunity for our community of the city, as well as the township and county-wide, to be able to participate. I had mentioned to Mr. Pastou that over the weekend I received a call from a resident that thought about how they might be able to help and assist. And when we talk about cleanup and blight as they walk a lot. And I'm only providing council with this information as well. But they thought if there was an opportunity when we do the river cleanup, there's those large bags that kind of, if there's water in it, it kind of seeps out, and so you can keep the trash and collect it. And the person made an inquiry if the city would consider placing bags out, and then the pickup sticks, so to speak, and as they walk and places they go, they would be willing to do that as long as there's a drop-off place and a pickup. So I'm only mentioning it because I know, speaking with the city manager, the opportunity to have a conversation with staff, but also get back with this person, see if that might even fall under our Stewardship Monroe program, which we have through communications and our recreation, of opportunities that citizens want to, they want to be a participant and help in the community, but they don't necessarily want to serve on a board and commission. So that's, I just bring that for council's awareness, and also residents, if they have ideas and thoughts of how that might be proceed through, you may want to look at our online at the city's site regarding Stewardship Monroe. Last item I had, as we talked, because the item was pulled, we had our bicycle and pedestrian trail advisory committee that was established. We've talked about that for a while. There was some action by the initial committee to really set the long 5-year plan, but now it's about implementing some of those opportunities. So I'm just going to go through those that are on the committee. It was permissible to have a non-resident, which is one of the 5, but Peter Fales, Cole Bean, Emily Abila, Florence Buchanan, and Kathy Stringman, who's joined us here this evening for this. And so we wish them well, and I know as this committee begins, there's many opportunities. We're talking about how do we apply for grants to get funding to improve our non-motorized bicycle and pedestrian movability through our community. So those are my comments for this evening. Clerk Treasurer Lavoie.
The only comment I have is that the election, there is an election in May 2nd. It's a LET, and the Monroe Public Schools will have proposals on that. And then just a reminder for those that perhaps were delinquent in their tax bills, those are available for payment at the Monroe County Treasurer's Office at this point. The City of Monroe, once the deadline is passed to pay them, moves them over to the county treasurer's office. So if you were delinquent with this year's payment, you'll have to go over there. We'll be glad, though, if you call our office to direct you and help you get connected with them. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pastou.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Just a few things to go through. I'm likely to have at the next meeting on a request to renew the Sawyer Homestead lease agreement. we had put together $5,000 aside in the past. They had asked to waive that, but then also take on some more maintenance responsibilities. That's really functionally about the only change associated with that. And so I'll have that before the city council at the next meeting. A couple of other things in here is Mr. Cochran that indicated that the park restrooms are now open, as well as the basketball nets, which is a segue to a question from last meeting. The basketball courts at Carnes are not in the design. Talked with a couple of folks regarding that with the park plans that were developed back in 2016, that was the design to have it more active, if you will, with the tennis courts, pickleball courts, and certainly a lot of the playground and other activities, sand volleyball. So, but basketball courts are not there. So just to let everybody know. The other thing I wanted to chat about is scheduling some special meetings. There's going to be two of them that I'm contemplating. The first one, I'm going to have Dr. Everly just kind of provide just an update to council where we are regarding the pertinent question of, finding my replacement. So.
Clerk Lavoie. We have some big days coming up with our city manager search. So as you know, we've gone through the interviews, and the phase that we are currently in is a second round, which contains a background check, very thorough process in which employers and neighbors and personal references are interviewed for each of our 2 finalists. And these finalists are also producing a written response assessment for you to review. So you'll get to review each candidate's writing in depth and how they would handle a situation. And then lastly, we have a visitation that is planned for each of the candidates. So one of the candidates will be coming to tour some city facilities and visit with our staff tomorrow, and the other one will be this Thursday. So we do anticipate that in the next 2 weeks, these exercises will be completed, and we'll have the data to present to you. So at that time, likely late next week, you can expect a communication from us asking for some dates that you would be available. So that is the status currently. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for the review. I'll see any questions from councilors. Councilwoman Germaini.
Is this a collective meeting where we're all present, or is it a one-on-one for this?
So the final meeting, when all of these exercises are complete, will be a meeting of council with everyone present. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Other questions from council for Dr. Everly?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for the update.
Mm-hmm.
The other special meeting that I'm contemplating is kind of a wrap-up where we are with a lot of projects before I depart. Obviously scheduled to leave here, April 28th. Depending on where we are in the search process, I'm open enough to move it a little further along, but not too far. I do think it's important to take a snapshot where we are when I'm heading out the door, and most of it's going to be provided by your department heads on various projects and programs that are ongoing. But I just think it's good to know where things are at, when I leave. So, initially I was thinking the fourth Monday of the month, which would have been the 24th. That may be a good day. I'd ask you to just plan on that day. Even if it's not a wrap-up meeting, I will likely have something where we'll probably need to get into a closed session and talk about a couple of items related to projects and even bargaining. So, but if you could keep the 24th open for sure, that would be probably a good day for, there'll be something. I'm not sure specifically at this point what it'll be. But other than that, I think that's it for all I have, Your Honor.
Very good. So next is citizens' comments. And for those that are present here this evening, if there's any final comments or citizens' comments, you're welcome to come to the podium. Please state your name, either your address or jurisdiction of residence, and mindful of the 3 minutes, and we'll make sure that we abide through your time. Please.
Hello, I am citizen Cecilia Bosanic. I live on Arbor Avenue. And the reason I am here, I've spoke to some of you about this already, is the burning in Monroe, the fire pits in the backyards. They make me very sick. And I'm just saying, I'm up here for more than just me. It's for other people, the elderly, the young people with lung problems, vascular problems. And I am asking that the ordinance be honored where there is no burning. And if there is such thing as a burning going on, there should be a fine for it. And I would like our air to be clean so we can breathe it. Because I can't be outside, I can't mow my lawn. I'm sick right now from Wednesday, and there was a burning episode going on, and I just can't be around it. There's 3 people, maybe more around me that are burning. It's not really a popular thing, but it certainly does put me in a bad situation where I cannot tolerate smoke. I'm allergic to it. And even healthy people cannot tolerate smoke. It's bad for your vascular. It's bad for everything, for the body, because we are flesh and blood and we're not supposed to be breathing smoke. And shall I conclude? Because I just wanted to go back to the original, ordinance. And I did speak, I emailed Joe Bellino, our senator, and he said, if it's not working out, you turn it back to the other ordinance. The burning, being able to burn is not an ordinance anyways, is from what I understand. And I have been put into a great inconvenience for over a year. I've been complaining about the smoke. It makes me sick. I can't open my windows. And my neighbors, they also, they have to run into the house when, they smell the smoke. They can't tolerate the smoke. It's impossible. So that's what I have to say. And I probably 3 minutes, right?
No, you have time.
Do I get a comment from you guys, or?
Well, I don't want to take your time with my comments.
Well,
but
I'll give it to you.
No.
Because I'm sick. That's the bottom line. I can't tolerate smoke. That's pretty easy to say. And
So I'll pause the time because I appreciate you being here, because I know that you had sent communications and messages to the entire council and others. I'm glad you brought this up because it was on my list to speak with the manager about. So in the council, since you've reached out to all, 2 things. I was going to ask if we can get maybe a brief review of what the ordinance currently says regarding fire pits, and then there's enforcement side of it from the fire department. But that aside, it's also your being here this evening. Councils, if they have a desire to revisit the ordinance, which would come through usually a discussion during a work session, because we can collect data, information. If there's adjustments that need to be done, maybe it's data collected from the responses that we've made throughout maybe in the past year. And then if the council has a desire to, I'll say rescind the ordinance that allows the fire pits within the backyards and stuff. So I think, I don't want to take your time. Mr. Pastu, I don't know if you want us to review it now, but something that maybe you could send out to the council for.
Yeah, we could get the ordinance that was adopted a couple years ago back in front of city council. The other thing with it is if it happens, call for enforcement. We can send a firefighter out to.
I do.
Have you? Okay.
Oh, yes.
All right. Okay,
I have no problem.
Dispatch, and we could have a firefighter take a look at the safety associated with the fire pit and whether.
I have done that, and there was a discovery where the man was burning illegally, was trying to burn a chair, and
I missed your address because I can always follow up with with whatever inspections.
I have it, Vince.
my address.
What's that?
I didn't give you my address.
Got Arbor. That was it.
Yeah.
My address.
In other words, if you prefer,
I'll give it to you.
yeah.
And the thing of it is, the fire department was kind of promoting having these fire pits. And when I talk to people, even in the police department, they tell me that, hey, you just have to stay in your house in your air conditioning. If you don't like it, stay in your house. And that is no way to treat little Miss Citizen here. I want to go out in my yard. I want to mow. I want to do all of my trimmings and everything to maintain my home. And I'm not going to be told to stay in my house. Is that 3 minutes? He's doing some writing. I'm done. I'm going to give him my address.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to come back and say
One second, please. As stated, so what we're going to do is, from the council, because for the conversation she's having. Okay, we can't have two conversations, so we'll have to kind of wait.
This is what? 405 Harbor. Okay. And you know the property that is question?
The burning
Yeah.
people? Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Oh, okay.
I want.
Okay. So I think we'll continue for public comments. Your name again, please?
Skinner. I just want to appreciate the council for listening, and but I do have a suggestion to the council that you guys buy a timer that goes there that'll put the 3 minutes on there so that you make sure that people are seeing the time in there. That's my only suggestion. Thank you so much. You'll have a happy resurrection.
All day. Next comment, please. Name, address or jurisdiction of residence, please.
Good evening, Mayor Clark, City Council. My name's Chris Knight. I actually live in Frenchtown Township, but I work for the city. So I probably spend more time with the city than I do at home. But anyway, I wanted to, excuse me, bring something up. The reason that this came up is there was something on Facebook, and without going into details, there was a township south of here that back about 4.5 years ago allowed things to come in. And but according to this, and like I said, it was 4.5 years ago, it was adopted by City Council, City of Monroe on 11/5/18, ordinance number 18005. And with that, I'd like to say a real hearty thank you that the city did not allow marijuana and whatever all comes along with that into the city, because it brings other things, crime, different things. But one thing I wanted to bring up, that same township just amended their ordinance for adult entertainment. Back in 1972, California versus LaRue made adult entertainment freedom of speech. And I know that the township I was talking about just amended their ordinance to make make it more impossible to allow adult entertainment. I looked online. I found some of the city's ordinance, but I couldn't find footage and all that. And I'm not looking for an answer. All I'm asking is that City Council take into consideration if there's any possibility that, because you can't say no, it's a freedom of speech. And if there's anybody asking or anybody wanting to move adult entertainment into the city, that you guys make it to where it's nearly impossible. You can't make it impossible, but all I'm saying is, can you, I don't know what the amendment is. I could, the ordinance is, I couldn't find it. You understand what I'm saying? Just make sure it's stringent enough to keep it out. With the decision that was made 4.5 years ago, I'm sure this council also wants to keep bad things out of the city. So I'm just asking you to revisit the ordinance and make sure that it's pretty near impossible, because we like our city. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. As I look at Mr. Buzz, our attorney, to, probably pull that, review it, see what our language is, and see if there's something that should be presented to council for consideration. Yes, next comment, please.
In reference to the park that he made mention of and said there was no basketball, it looks like discrimination because most of your black children are into basketball. And if you have all these other activities that our culture usually are not involved in, then it will look like, well, why they don't have a basketball court? They prejudice, they're discriminating against the blacks. So I don't know how the park is set up or whatever, but I suggest that a basketball hoop be put up. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from those present here this evening? I have two. Again, your name, please, and then either address or jurisdiction of residence, please.
Mayor, Council, my name is Kenny Brooks. I live at 512 West 8th Street. And ever since that's went two ways, it's unlivable to live there. With the traffic, with the cars racing up and down. Specifically, we have a motorcycle problem. Police have already impounded his motorcycle. He got it back out, doing the same thing. After he got it out of impound, he actually come in front of my house and rest of the neighbors that are complaining about it. Rev that thing, it's got no baffles whatsoever in the muffler, which means nothing to silence the noise. Revved it up full blast, and I come out of the house, and the neighbor lady come out of the house, and what's he do? He gives us the #1 sign, and then tears down Adams Street, where he lives just out of the city limits. His favorite thing to do is at 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night, buzz around and wake up the neighborhood, and then he runs down to his house and goes in it. And it's not only that, it's these Dodges, these Mustangs, and these Camaros. They use from Adams Street to Union, it's just about a quarter mile. And it's almost flat. And that's what they use it for. And I'm here representing my neighbors because some couldn't come because of sickly, work. So I'm here representing them too. And this has gone on for over a year. And last week, the officer called me and he said, well, because they had so many calls, that next time he done it, that he was willing to come and make out I think he said citizens complaint or something. Said he'd be willing to do that. And then next week, same thing. starts and he just hammers it all the way down. And we called, it was on last Sunday, or a week from Sunday. They come out, and I told the officer that was there, I said, the last one that was here said that I could we could file a citizen's complaint. Well, that went nowhere. And we are just, I'm telling you, I've spoken to the neighbors, and they're so fed up with it that, well, I won't comment on that. But that's how sick and tired we are of this. Nobody should have to live like this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brooks. I think Public Safety Director's here. He's taking note, but if not, he's available to speak with as well.
I mean, it was bad enough when it was one way, but now it's like 3 times as bad. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Other comments from those present here this evening?
Good evening, council. I heard you speak earlier about adding bags and maybe pickup sticks for trash for people that are walking along our neighborhood.
Need your name, please.
Oh, my name is James Grassel. I live on La Pleasance Road.
Thanks, James.
I just wanted to express that I have great support for that idea. I think it might be useful to add some kind of tracking device to a stick, a pickup stick, so deter any type of larceny or whatever, and incentivize it with like an app or something that can track usage and something to that extent where people feel like they're contributing to the neighborhood in some way, and designated areas to put trash maybe throughout the city, like the Navarre football field. There's trash all over in that area by the state police, and if someone were to go through there and pick up a bunch of trash, where are they meant to leave the bags in order for it to be picked up by the city instead of it just breaking out of the bag and wind blowing it all over again? So I think maybe designated pickup areas for community picked up trash would be good and around the neighborhood. And that's it. You guys have a good day.
Thank you for your comments. I think that as the resident that called about that, I think there's many options, and I think that they're going to discuss it tomorrow at the staff meeting and see what departments are impacted by that, which ones will be a participant, who may manage it, and how we do that. So it's a start, and good ideas that come from our residents. Other comments from those present this evening? Other comments? Other comments this evening? Seeing none, a motion to adjourn. Motion by Councilman Germaini, supported by Councilman Felder to adjourn. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilperson Germaini?
Yes. Lamore?
Sorry, Felder?
Yes.
Whitman?
Yes.
Steelgren?
Yes.
Vining?
Yes.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.